day five of our Tsushima playthrough. We're gonna continue where we left off, and continue making progress in this game in Act 2. Yeah. I'm very much looking forward to continuing our gameplay because.
まさか梶原がさようなことを。
お主の目は節穴ということだな。ジン、少し話せるか。
What's up, Masako? Yeah, we're gonna continue where we left off. I'm very excited to make some progress and you know, complete more of the main quest, complete the side quests, all that fun stuff, right? So yeah. Let's see here. I don't know if we want to immediately visit the Trapper. Maybe we don't need to. We can save that for a later time. But we definitely do want to continue with Lady Masako's quest, and then eventually we'll come back over here, which is the main quest line. You know, getting Jin's family armor right from his home. So yeah. We'll do that eventually, but doing the Lady Masako quest is definitely going to be something that we want to spend some time on. So yeah. Let's see here. Okay. I think we're in the right spot. Let's just go ahead and chat with Lady Masako, and we'll see where she wants to take us next.
今のは一体。
梶原という男が我が館に刺客を放ったことが分かった。奴も犯人の一人だ。梶原の家はこの近く。坊主が場所を知っておるが口を割らぬのだ。
それでは私が聞いてみましょう。
Alright, okay. Hello, Mr. Monk.
純真、無事で何よりだ。酒井様もご送検で。梶原というものを探しておる。居場所を知っておるな。政子様はひどくお怒りのご様子で、あやつを殺めるのではありませんか。足立家を襲った連中とつながっておる証拠があるのだ。まさかあの梶原が一介の心優しき漁師でございますよ。政子様は我をお忘れなのでは。純真、話をするだけだ。本当にお話をするだけならば。
Alright. The family man. A humble fisherman, huh? Surely he can't be evil, right? Surely he can't be bad. 道沿いに海へと進めば浜に梶原の小屋があります。Very nice. Alright. We found the location. 道沿いに浜へ参ります。
世話になったな、坊主。
幸あらんことを、政子様。
御仏よ、金田の木を取り戻した英雄たちを。
いかにしてあの堅物から聞き出したのだ。私の言葉には頑として耳を貸さなかったぞ。
あなたを恐れておるのです。
恐れる？なぜだ？
時にいたけ高かと。
なんだと？責められる覚えはないぞ。梶原の正体は残虐な男。かつては館の下男でな。有能ではあったが、いかんせん気短であった。多めに見てやったものの、陰では己の妻と娘に手を挙げておったのだ。
外道めが家族に害を加えるとは。
即座に館から追い出し、その妻子を我が家でかくまうことにしたのだが、翌日には夫の元に戻ってしまった。
人は変わりません。期待したとて裏切られるだけです。
Yep. That's pretty typical. That's the thing that I've always really disliked about you know, kind of Asian culture in general is, you know, even if one of the members of your family is like a villainous person, right? Even if they beat the other family members, in Asian culture, right, it's very common for families to try their absolute best to stick together and never separate from one another, no matter how evil, how villainous one of them might be. And I've never ever been a supporter of that idea.
見つかるのは避けたい。馬を降りるぞ。
慎重に進みましょう。梶原なら家族を盾にしかねません。
Yeah. Yeah, this is a common scenario, I think, in Asian families. Not ever a good one, though.
あれが梶原の小屋でしょう。猛虎がおりますな。
一家全員すでに殺されておるかもな。
もしくは逃げ延びたか。行きましょう。
Alright. Let's see here.
誰が相手だ。
Alright. Easy peasy. Ow. Ow. God damn it. Okay. There we go, chat. We got it. I actually don't know how many men there are. Seems like there's 3 of them over there, 1 of them over there. Ooh, nicely done. Ow. That hurt. What? I thought I rolled that. Wow. Hey, let's bring this guy over here, chat. There we go. We got him. Okay, you're gone. You're gone. You're gone. There we go.
全て仕留めた。
一家は小屋におるやもしれません。
Alright. Let's take a look here.
刃が血に濡れておる。
もうこの兵具ではなさそうだな。
猟の道具です。
Okay.
ここに足跡が外へ続いておる。梶原のものやもしれません。
一人で逃げおったか。
梶原の妻子にそういないかと。
いずれこうなると思っておったわ。
猛虎が殺したのでは。
ならば梶原のムクロはどこだ。
Hmm. If this bozo did
新し
actually...
い布。
布ではない。絹だ。一階の漁師が買える品ではないぞ。
足跡を追いましょ
Yeah. If that bozo actually did kill his wife and child, then he definitely deserves death. Okay, let's follow the footprints, chat. Probably went up here, maybe? Wait, did he climb through here then?
梶原か。
There he is.
雅子様、猛虎に襲われ妻と娘が。よくも抜け抜けと。お前が殺した。頼まれたのです。猛虎に殺されるよりは救いがあると。おのれ。
ジン、一族を殺めるため館に刺客を送ったのはお前だな。主の名を言え。答えれば楽に殺してやってもよいぞ。己が妻子にしたようにな。
あのお方は分かってくださったのだ。
何を分かってもらえた。
あんたのせいで身を滅ぼし、家族を食わす銭もなくなり、路頭に迷わざるを得なかったことを。
あれ以上は聞くに耐えん。
すべて出任せでしょう。
身を滅ぼしたこと以外はな、貞夫を見ておる気分であった。
犯人どもは遺恨から館を襲ったようです。
深い恨みを抱く武士が率いておるようだが、全く心当たりがない。
突き止めねば。
Interesting. A rival samurai. Okay, okay. Getting closer and closer to the final truth of this entire tale. Charm of ferocity. Very nice. Alright, let's see here, chat. So that was, I think that was part 6, if I'm not mistaken. Part 6 of her quest. And then this one right here is part 7. Okay. Alright. We can definitely go over here, because I think one of the good, reasons to continue on with part 7 right now is kind of liberating this farmstead area, if it is possible to. And getting sort of like a place that we can easily travel to, easy kind of like teleport, right? Fast travel. So yeah, that's a really, really good plan to have like a place here that we can fast travel to, and then we can eventually at some point we can go on with the main quest line. Let's see here. Okay, where do I want to teleport to? I will say, unlocking Kushi Temple is probably not a bad idea. If we can unlock that region and, use it for fast travel purposes, that would be dope. Let me see here. Which direction is Kushi Temple? Is it this way? Yeah, it seems like it's that way. Okay. Let us grab Kage. And we're gonna ride this way. So, yeah, chat, the only, like, new thing that I can share with you guys that is, quite dope, well, I think quite dope is a little bit of an overstatement, but it's something that, is I think interesting enough to share. So, recently I've been really wanting to kind of continue watching more and more anime, right? Because anime is something that I personally consider to be, one of my favorite forms of entertainment that exists out there. And so I've been kind of struggling to figure out what show should I be binging? Like, what show is actually worth investing time into and watching. And I could not really figure out an answer. However, I had an idea, which I think this is probably the idea I'm gonna, kind of, uh-oh, there's fighting? What the heck? Alright, Kage, stay here. Can I jump up? No, I can't. Okay, I need to find a way in. Can't tell where's the door, chat. I don't really see if there's an opening here. Maybe this right here?
乗りよう。
酒井様。
侍。
Bowman? Really? I need to take care of that bowman.
あっつったさ。ヘリアーチング。
There we go. Okay, let me get off this platform. There we go. Nicely done. Nice. There we go.
Jump hard to join.
Okay, nicely done.
このありさまを見てください。尊ぶべき寺を血で汚すとは許しておけん。連綿と続く知恵が眠っておる地に火をつけようとするなど言語道断です。なぜ襲われたのだ。ここは民の希望の地。大風が猛虎を洗い流すよう皆で住職と共に祈っておりました。しかし今や住職は消え、豊玉随一の宝寺のご本尊まで奪われる始末。兄が生きていれば僧たちが逃げ出すことなどなかったのに。兄君に代わり寺を救おう。ご本尊は猛虎に盗まれました。住職は近しい僧と避難を。無事だといいのですが。
The birth of suffering. That's a very, very interesting title. Not a really positive title, but still very interesting.
皆を手当てします。
Alright, let's see here. So this is a fast travel point now. That's perfect. We're not going to continue with Norio's tale because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that you know, this this tale, like it's number 5 and number 6 out of 9. So we're definitely not doing it in the order that it's supposed to be done, which is not ideal, not optimal. But yeah, let's see here. Okay. Let's continue with Lady Masako's tale, because that was what we were working on before. And I think we can just travel from here. I don't think that we need to, yeah, I don't think that we need to try and fast travel anywhere else. Alright. Where is my boy Kage? Oh, there's a fox den. I unfortunately can't even see the poor fox, so I'll have to leave the fox be. We'll come back at a later time, chat. So yeah. Anyways, let me continue. You know what I was saying before about anime. Um, I had this idea of like, okay, I don't know what to watch next. Maybe I can, get a little bit of inspiration of sorts, right? So quite a long time ago, I think this was maybe, yeah, it must have been potentially like half a year ago or something like that. It was a very, very long while ago. Um, Basically, there is a particular content creator, right? And he's also someone who is actually, like, nowadays, I think he's most well known for being a very, very well respected voice actor, right? So this creator, this voice actor, his name is ProZD, if you guys are familiar with that name. ProZD is someone who kind of started out, I think, basically just acting as as primarily like a YouTuber, right? Just a simple content creator, and you know, basically ProZD, he would make these like really, really funny, really entertaining, YouTube videos, YouTube shorts, or maybe not YouTube shorts, but like, these kind of like funny little short videos, right? Um, so he started out doing that, and then eventually he got into the voice acting industry, which is awesome, absolutely amazing. And he kind of like transitioned to being like a professional voice actor, right? Um, I the funny thing is, I've not always been familiar with ProZD. Like, I think the very first time that I ever like discovered him, it was long after he had kind of sort of graduated from being just a YouTuber and sort of embraced the role of being like a professional voice actor, right? But I discovered him on YouTube and I was like, yo, this ProZD guy, he's actually really, really entertaining, really funny. So I started following his channel, started watching his videos, and they were all very, very entertaining. Very, very enjoyable to kind of like see what good old YouTube used to be in the past, right? Um, so after I discovered him on YouTube, I started watching him. I started watching his videos, and then I also followed his social media, right? Like his Twitter and whatnot. And I remember not too long ago, um, yeah, it honestly, like, by now it's probably been like several long months that that has passed since it happened. But I remember that, like, basically at some point during like the last year, I want to say, he released a tweet, and basically the tweet that he put out, it was talking about, I think, his like his favorite anime that he considers to be like, some of his personal picks of what he enjoys watching, what he recommends to other people. And I think it was like kind of like a top 10 anime list, if I'm not mistaken. So he made this tweet, and man, it's quite difficult to get behind that guy. That is not really fun. Hmm. Can I get behind him now? I might be able to. There we go, chat. Nicely done. So, he put out this tweet where he was like, here's my, picks for top 10 anime or top 15 or whatever, right? And, yeah, it was just a very, very nice, very nice, like, comprehensive list of his personal favorites. And I remember that, like, I saw his list and I was like, ooh, that's interesting. I might want to do something with that list. So my thought process was like, okay, I can, if I ever get to a point where, like, I don't know what to watch next, I can maybe check out the stuff that he has put on his list, and I can use it as, like, a reference point, right? So yeah, you know, one of the anime that I know, I know that ProZD has talked about this a lot, and I believe that he considers it to be his, like, his #1 favorite anime of all time, is an anime which is called Chihaya Furu. And if you don't know what that anime is, essentially Chihaya Furu is an anime about the sport of, like, karuta, I believe is how you pronounce it. And karuta is, you know, this very, very, very interesting sport that I think is definitely worth learning and worth, you know, trying out and playing. Basically, the sport of karuta.
Hear you? More samurai and Bassin. Alternig.
Ooh, let me see if I can hide quickly from these guys. There we go. Okay. So, you know, this Japanese sport of karuta, essentially what it is, right? If I were to simplify it, you know, you have a bunch of cards that are, you know, laid in front of you, and I think, like, if I'm not mistaken, the amount of cards is all the way up to, like, 100 different cards that you put in front of you and your opponent puts in front of them. So I think it's like you get 50 cards and then the opponent gets 50 cards, if I'm not mistaken. So the objective of the game, basically, is there will be a person who reads. He's kind of like the narrator, right? The sort of speaker, right? He will pick a card out of a box and he will read the card, and on the card there will be a poem, right? A Japanese poem. And essentially, you know, there will be, I think it's like the first half of a poem, right? So he reads, like, the first half of the poem on a card, and then the players of karuta, you have to find a card which is either in front of you or in front of your opponent that has the other half of the poem, right? So it's kind of like a matching game where you hear the narrator read the poem and you're like, okay, that's the poem. Which is the corresponding card that matches that poem, right? And essentially, like, the first person to like get the most amount of matching poems, they're the winner, right? So if someone is able to go through a match and they're able to pick out every single correct card that is the you know, corresponding connected card to whatever is being read out, if they're able to do that, they win. Or, you know, if, like, for example, I think that there are some cases where karuta might have a time limit, and so within, like, X amount of time, right, whoever has the most amount of points wins the game, right? Because, yeah, I think that, like, in the anime they talk about how karuta matches, they can go on for, you know, karuta matches can go on for, like, you know, several rounds. You know, it can be like 1 round, it can be like 4 rounds or 8 rounds or whatever, right? It's not something that is 100% always, you know, the same length of time, you know? So yeah. Basically, karuta, that's the essence of the sport, you know? Interesting. I'm taking a look at the movement of these guys, trying to figure out who I want to take care of. Is it possible to get rid of this guy? Ooh, that guy's just kind of standing there, and he's watching very, very carefully. Yeah, I don't think I can. Okay. Maybe I'll try taking out this guy.
Touche!
Yeah, they're gonna kill the hostages, aren't they? Yeah, I gotta reset that. So it looks like after I kill that first guy, I have to very, very quickly take down the other guy. Okay. Nicely done. All right. Yeah. So that's kind of the very brief description of Kabuta and of the anime. So in this anime, right, to give you guys the plot synopsis, it follows around this main character who's a female character, a girl. Her name is I think Chihaya is her like last name, if I'm not mistaken. So when she's a young girl in like elementary school or whatever, right, she is friends with this boy who kind of like, you know, they're childhood friends, and they tease each other, right? They act like kids do. It's very easy to tell early on that the boy, right? I think his name is what's his name? I think it's like Kaito. I think is his name. He is childhood friends with Chihaya, but it's very, very, very easy to see that he has a crush on Chihaya. Like he is romantically interested, right? So that's like something that you kind of notice at the very beginning of the story. So, you know, these two characters, childhood friends, they go to school together, right? What ends up happening is one day they kind of like meet a student who is kind of like a transfer student, right? A new student in their class. And this new student is very, very, very quiet. You know, he does not really chat a lot. Not super duper talkative, right? He is kind of someone just that just, you know, keeps to himself and is a little bit, I guess, antisocial, right? So yeah, he's a strange kiddo, but the main character Chihaya, she does not want to you know, bully him. She does not want to make fun of him, and you know, she does not want to alienate him, right, from the rest of the class and whatnot. So what ends up happening is, by getting to know this transfer student, I don't remember what his name is, but it starts with like a W. I think it's like I'm trying to remember what his name is like. I think it's like Waka or Wakai or something like that. But I'm not completely totally familiar with his name. Essentially, you know, you have this character who is a very, very, very kind of like quiet kid who's you know, quite different from the rest of the class because he comes from a different prefecture, a different region of Japan, right? And apparently they speak quite differently there, right? Nice. Got both of them in rapid succession. So he's kind of like an outsider, kind of like a very, very strange kid, according to the rest of the classmates. But Chihaya is kind of determined to kind of become his friend and be nice, be kind to this this boy, right? So, you know, she ends up finding out that this boy, he is really, really good at karuta, right? And during that time when Chihaya is like a young girl, she does not really have any sort of you know, hobbies, any sort of passions of her own. The only thing that really kind of, I guess, defined her is that she had an older sister who was like, you know, a kind of aiming to be a beauty model, right? And was trying to get like a oh my god, I can't believe he fucking saw me. That's so annoying. All right, we have to restart that because they're gonna kill the hostage. So, you know, Chihaya's older sister is aiming to become like a beauty model, right? Someone who becomes like super famous, like a celebrity. And Chihaya is like her number one supporter, right? As her family member. So, you know, after Chihaya kind of takes an interest in learning karuta, she, you know, becomes friends with this boy, the transfer student, and she, you know, kind of gets better at karuta. She learns the rules and everything. She understands kind of like how to play, I suppose. And you know, she kind of yeah, basically just focuses on mastering the game of karuta, right? And so, you know, she does that, and because, you know, her childhood friend, right? Because he has a crush on her and cares about her, right? He kind of sees that she, you know, is interested in karuta, and she is also interested in you know, this this boy, right, the transfer student. So he sort of like gets he sort of gets like, I guess, jealous, more or less, right? He gets jealous of the boy, and gets jealous that like Chihaya is paying so much attention to him. So he decides to, you know, her childhood friend, he decides to like kind of learn karuta as well and try to become better at karuta than the transfer student, right? Yeah, so you know, the three of them, they kind of become sort of friends with one another, and their like mutual passion, right? The thing that connects all three of them as friends is the game of karuta, you know? Let's see, is this smoke bomb? It is. Okay. So that's basically what happens, and this all happens like whenever the three of them are basically in like elementary school, right? They're young kids. What ends up happening is that basically, you know, as they grow older, so there's two things that occur. Number one is that the childhood friend of the girl, he ends up going to a different middle school than she goes to, and you know, it's sort of like a supposedly more prestigious middle school, right? So he goes there. Then, at the same time, the, transfer student, right? The young boy, uh, basically he has to, kind of go back with his family because his grandfather, who is, the person that kind of taught the transfer student how to play karuta. Um, his grandfather ends up becoming sick, and becoming sick, and you know, essentially, he is. I did not know I could crawl under here. What the heck? It's so dark. Is there anywhere I can actually even, like, travel? Very fascinating. Anyways. So, he has to, like, go back with his family because his grandpa is sick, essentially, and his grandpa is someone that he loves, that he cares for a lot. His grandpa is the one that taught him karuta. So after, like, after elementary school, the main character and the two boys, that are her new friends, they go their separate ways, and they essentially disconnect from one another, right? Um, at the very beginning of the anime, you actually, like, the story starts off with, oh, wait, hold on. Okay, never mind. It looks like there's gonna be ads in 5 minutes from now. So at the beginning of the story, the setting of the story is that, like, now the main character, Chihaya, she is now, like, going into high school, and she ends up reconnecting with her childhood friend, right? So she reconnects with him, and during this time, like, as Chihaya has been growing up, she has committed herself to, playing karuta and, getting better at karuta. Meanwhile, her childhood friend and the transfer student, um, well, first of all, she does not really know what the transfer student is doing right now because, she lost contact with him. But she, ends up reconnecting with her childhood friend, and finds out that he kind of quit, playing karuta because he decided to, like, pick up other hobbies instead, right? Um, yeah. And so what I will say about, the story, because right now I've not really watched a whole ton of the anime. I've only kind of, like, just started it. What I can say is, like, it's kind of this journey about these three characters reconnecting with the experiences that they had when they were all young, when they were all in elementary school and best friends with one another. And it's kind of like them, you know, essentially trying to like, well, for the two boys, right? For the transfer student and for the childhood friend, it's about them getting back into karuta, and then for the girl, it's about continuing playing karuta and getting better at it. And so essentially, like, they kind of have this goal where the three of them eventually want to go to the, like, Japanese national karuta tournament and compete in that, and potentially, take first place, take second place, whatever, right? Try to do as best as they can at the national tournament. And it's sort of this journey about how they decide to get there, right? How they decide to practice and improve and essentially, get to a point where they are skilled enough at karuta to compete professionally. So yeah. That's sort of a general breakdown of the anime. As I mentioned, I've only like just started it, so I can't really offer too much insight into the story beyond that. But so far, it's actually not bad. It's quite interesting. I'm having a fun time with it. The first season of Chihaya Furu, because I believe there's like at least three different seasons of the anime. The first season is 24 or 25 episodes long, and it aired all the way back in 2011, which is quite interesting that it's such an old anime, right? But I'm watching through it. It's definitely better than I anticipated, and I'm having a fun time with it. So I'm gonna be watching that, and then after Chihaya Furu, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do next, but I'm thinking of taking a look at um, the list made by ProZD of like his top favorite anime and seeing if there's anything on there that I'm curious about that I want to watch. So yeah. Anyways, chat, my beautiful, lovely chat. We have ads that are going to be starting in about 30 seconds from now. I am actually going to step away from my desk very quickly. I'm going to use this ad break to use the restroom. And I will 100% come back and I will, do the exercises and the stretching and whatever that I talked about before. But yeah, I need to, take a very quick restroom break, and then I'll come back and we can resume the stream afterwards, after we do exercises and health maintenance stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break to dip out, use the restroom, and I will BRB while the ad break is happening. So yeah. Stay tuned in about 3-ish minutes, maybe 4 minutes from now, and we will continue on with Ghost of Tsushima very, very shortly. So yeah, let me see here. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna leave the game paused. And you know what I'm gonna do, chat? Let me see. Okay. I'm just gonna put this on in the background here. Hopefully it's not gonna like cause my PC to crash with the live stream playing. Like that. There we go. Okay. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to do this one. There we go. Okay, be right back, chat. I am going to be taking a little bit of a bathroom break, so yeah. Don't disappear for too long because I should return shortly. Chat. What's up, chat? How are we all doing? I apologize for the wait, but I have returned. And yeah, I think this is my very first time using the new kind of updated Be Right Back screen. Normally I don't use it too much, and even the older one I didn't use that often, because we would normally just like, you know, have for example, have like the Daily Dose YouTube videos just playing in the background. So yeah, normally I would not really put on the Be Right Back screen, but I was like, you know what? I don't really have time to pull up random YouTube videos and have them play, so I might as well utilize it anyways. But yeah, I'm back, chat. Apologize for the wait. It was a little bit lengthy, but we are ready to dive back into Ghost of Tsushima. So let me see here. I'm going to pull up this, and then I'm going to do this. Hello, hello, hello, chat. I am back. Yeah, I think, like, man, I don't know if anyone out there can relate to this, chat, but I sometimes have moments, right, where I'm like, I could be just on my PC, maybe playing a random game, right? Or if I'm not on my PC, I'm just like doing something, some random activity, right? And I think one of the thoughts that I sometimes have as I as I kind of go about my daily life, one of the thoughts that I sometimes have is like, man, the human body is just such a weird specimen, right? It's such a weird organism, because I think like the best example I can give is essentially, like, there will be days where I eat a lot of food and I drink, water, or I drink juice, or I drink anything, right? There will be days where I consume quite a lot. And then there will be other days where I barely, eat anything at all, barely drink much. And the thing that I find so bizarre, so strange, is that, sometimes I will have a day where I eat and drink a lot, and on those days after I eat and drink, maybe a couple hours passed or something, and I'm like, okay, cool, my body is giving me the signal that I need to use the restroom, right? It's like, okay, understandable, very reasonable, very logical, right? Sweet. So I go to use the restroom. And then there's other days where, I feel like, I don't eat or drink a lot on some days. And on those days, right, I might have been, kind of doing the same thing for several days in a row, where I don't consume a lot of food, or I don't drink a lot of liquid every single day, It's kind of just this thing where it's like, yeah, maybe one day out of each week, or 2 days out of each week, I eat a lot of food, and then the rest of the days I kind of just, moderate the amount of food and drink that I intake. And there will be some days where I barely eat and drink, and then it's like, okay, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it seems like, I just strangely need to go and use the restroom on those days. And it's like, why is that happening? Because on those days, I think about it, and it's like, it's not as if the, food that I ate from 3, 4, 5 days ago takes that long to digest, takes that long to get through my system, my stomach and everything. It's just, yeah, it's so bizarre, so weird, where it's like, on the days when I, don't really consume too much.
待たせてしまったな。
槍川のお話すでに聞いております。あの町すらもお救いくださってありがとうございました。
もう安全だ。
Interesting. Interesting. So, you know, as I was saying, right, on those days where I don't really consume too much, I just feel like there's no logical explanation for why I need to use the restroom on those days. It's just like my body randomly, you know, randomly changes its behavior for no reason. And it's so strange, so bizarre. Like, for example, you know, I'll talk about today, right, as the simplest example I can give. Today, I did not really eat that much, at least not that I feel like I have. You know, essentially I woke up at around midday or a little bit past midday, and my mom, she made like a bowl of oatmeal with some fruit and some cinnamon, and you know, I ate that. And you know, I will admit that like oatmeal, basically it's something that when you eat oatmeal, I feel like it does kind of fill you up, and it is something that I think is potentially a heavy food item to consume and digest, right? So I admit that. However, you know, I think that like basically I ate oatmeal many hours before I started live streaming, and I feel like if I, you know, if my body needed to use the restroom, it would have alerted me long ago. Like, it would not have waited until now. And the only other thing that I've eaten today, besides the oatmeal, is I had a small bowl of soup. That's it, right? Just some soup and some oatmeal. And to me, that's not really a lot of food, right? That's not really something where I think to myself, wow, I consumed a ton of you know, calories, or a ton of you know, protein or any other chemicals you can think of, and therefore, you know, it makes sense that my body would be, I guess, like, yeah, would be needing to use the restroom, right? And despite that, just off of oatmeal and just off of one tiny bowl of soup, my stomach was like, okay, cool, you know, I guess my stomach is done digesting whatever it was digesting, and it's like, cool, you should go and use the restroom now. And I just find that to be very strange, very bizarre. Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense to me, but it is what it is, you know? Yeah. Yeah, and then, like, you know, if I think about, okay, well, what have I been eating during the previous couple of days, right? Like, what have I been consuming? I would say that, like, the last day that I ate a substantial amount of food was probably, so today's Sunday, it was probably Friday, you know, 2-3 days ago. And, yeah, even though 2-3 days ago I ate a good substantial amount of food, I didn't have to use the restroom at all, you know, to relieve myself until today, which is like, yeah, I don't know, I find that to be abnormal, in my opinion, the way that my body is like, okay, today is the day that, you know, you need to use the restroom. Like, why today? I'm not sure. I feel like my body works in very mysterious ways.
يا صنبي
Interesting.
سال البيتس
Okay. I should probably take out this guy who's up here in this, like, you know, tiny little hut. Because if he sees me, then I'm in major trouble. What's going on, Quinn? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're chilling. How did I not manage to hit that guy? What the heck? Appreciate the giant capybara. Can I assassinate this guy? Seems like I can't. Did they lose aggro on me? I think they might have. I didn't realize that this guy was like behind a piece of wood.
Тэндвэн харахгүй байна.
Ямар ч орно байна.
Дараа заавал алнаа. Буцааж ирж мэдэн бүргөмж табэ.
There's a lot of men over here. Okay.
Сумуда варчла. Зивсэгэй бэрт.
Nah, that's not gonna work. Man. It's really hard to get a proper headshot, you know, off. Alright, let's see here, chat. I think the very first objective, yeah, the one hostage that we already did save is already done, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. Okay. I see you there, you dumb dog. Definitely need to take care of that thing.
Чи харав? Яасан бэ? Очиж барь.
How did he notice me? That's so annoying. Alright, we gotta reset that. Otherwise they're gonna kill the hostages. And I'm pretty sure, like, you know, an enemy such as that, the big guy that caught us, I don't think that I can headshot him. Pretty sure that he's, yeah, he's like, too powerful of an enemy to headshot.
Яг юм харсан та. Huge wish wedge. Сайн л биз.
I think we took it down. Seems like we did take it down. And thankfully, it did not really give away our position to any of the enemies.
야선배.
Юу ч биш бололтой.
Сайн л биз.
Perfect.
Дог исэн яах вэ? Таамаглашгүй дайсан юм аа.
Nicely done.
Сангаж байна. Тэнд байна. Яахлаарэ бидний хинэн чамд.
Easy peasy. Okay. Flint and steel, baby. All right. Wait, what is this? Linen? Okay, I'll take linen.
Нэгэн ойртоод байна. Би мэдрээд байна. Тайв ширч үз.
Hmm.
Юу болтой хэлэхгүй.
Yeah, this definitely is not going to be too easy.
Бидний санаацов.
За за.
Hmm.
Оосавэн татахгүй.
Тэнд нэг юм хөдөлсөн.
Яасан бэ?
Нэг хүн энд алга.
Би лоо.
Яаж тустай?
За тэки.
Okay, nicely done.
逃がしてやる。
Easy peasy, chat.
助かった。ありがとうございました。
安全なところへ。抜かれてないぞ。
対馬はもう変わってしまった。
Thank you for the free supplies. I will take that gladly. Okay. Kill an enemy while concealed by a smoke bomb, huh? Beautiful.
Enarlin ganz human sakeyumda.
Probably a smart idea for me to take out any nearby enemies as well, chat. Rather than going like gung-ho on just this one guy who's guarding the hostage, you know? Okay. I have no idea what's the pattern of this guy where he walks around. Maybe I can sneak behind him. Thankfully, he does not notice me here, which is good. If he turns around and walks the other way, I should be able to get behind him. Okay. Nope, nope, nope. Get off. Beautiful. Nope. What am I doing? Get the hell on the ladder, you dumbass. Absolutely lovely stuff. Okay. So now, what I want to do... Oh, wait. Hold on. Wind shot? No, no, no, no. Let's see. Nice. There we go, chat. Easy peasy. I probably should have gotten closer to the enemy, but thankfully we got the bonus objective no matter what.
鍵は猛虎に奪われたのか。
いいえ、お持ちください。これで猛虎はもう何も奪えません。
Hell yeah. Key of Koshimizu. One of 6 keys said to lead to Gosaku's armor, gifted by the farmers of Koshimizu Farmstead. Very, very nice. Easy peasy. Bonus objective completed. Such a lovely place. Alright, nice. So, thankfully, it seems like Lady Masako is somewhere here.
お力になれずかたじけのうございます。
謝罪などいらぬわ、役立たずめ。
百姓ならばあるいは。
そうかもな。
I heard the voice. Where is it coming from? Not this way, right? Okay, I think it must be this way then.
本土に渡る航路を見つけた仲立ちがいるらしい。
そんなうまい話があるもんか。
でも試す価値はあるだろう。
Ah, there they are.
実は一つだけ猛虎に感謝してることがある。
何を言ってるの？
人？
酒井様、お見苦しいところを。
純真、今のは何だ？
人探しを頼まれたのですが、私ではお役に立てず。
探すとは梶原のようなものをか？
見つけたのですか？
ああ、自ら妻子を殺めおった。
私はなんと愚かな。
力を落とすことはないぞ。何も隠してないのだな。
こたびは誰を探しておいでか見当もつきません。
案ずるでない。俺が話そう。
ありがとうございます。加えて村のこともお礼申し上げねば。これで立て直せます。
民のために尽くしてくれ。では。
Surely Junshin has no idea. The thief. Surely Junshin has no idea about who it is that Lady Masako is looking for.
橋の方へ武装した者と一緒に。
そうか、助かった。
志村様なら何とかしてください。
尋ね人は見つかりますか？
形状に名があった盗人だ。
手を貸しましょ
う。私に始末をつけさせろ。
武装した者もおると聞きました。
浪人だろ
う。だからこそです。
確かに一人では手に余る。力を借りよう。なれど詮索はしてくれるな。
I mean, haven't we always been discreet?
村外れにある橋に向かったらしい。ついてこい。
Over here, Kage. Damn, look at this building, chat. Completely burned to crisps. Absolutely horrible.
盗人とは何者ですか？
あろうことか。襲われた我が館を漁り、貴重品や家宝をまんまと盗み寄った女だ。そやつの名は舞。我が家のかつての次女だ。3年前、盗みの現場を抑えられ、 夫を怒らせてな。穏便に済ませたかったがいとまを取らせた。
処遇を悔やんでおいでか。
あやつとは親しかった。裏切られ傷ついたのは私だ。
Well, that definitely doesn't sound good.
いたぞマイだ。
浪人もおります。ひそやかに近づきましょう。
Okay.
何でも売ってやるから今少し待っておくれ。
もう遅い。主が直々に売るそうだ。さあ案内しろ。
金をやる。だから任せて。
金などないくせに。
櫛がある。金と真珠の飾りだよ。私が送ったものだ。
なかなかいい値で売れそうだ。
よせ、主に殺される。ざれ言はいい。宝のありかに行くぞ。
舞と話すのであれば浪人は処するべきです。数を減らすほどに家宝を取り戻しやすくなるかと。
見つかるでないぞ。舞が傷ついてしまう。
Okay, okay. Defeat the Ronin without being seen. Oh boy.
待て、見つかりたいのか。隠れろ。
We got this, Chad. Be quiet. Be silent.
Yeah.
気を抜いておるな。
私が
Already did it before it was even mentioned.
隠し場所までどのくらいだ。
そう近くはないね。間が持たないだろうから小話でも。今は昔茶屋で働く女がおりました。その人生は辛く彩りもなし。ところがある日坊主が茶屋にやってきて気づかれるぞ。で女と恋に落ちました。
You alerted your target. Oh, interesting. We're not allowed to alert the woman. That's fascinating. Because I feel like, you know, basically, even if, like, let's say our goal was to not alert Mai, I don't think she would be able to run away very far to, you know, like, escape me and Lady Masako. So I didn't think it would be that big of a problem, you know?
近すぎる。気を抜いておるな。
私が
Okay. Now we have to wait for these other three.
隠し場所までどのくらいだ。
そう近くはないね。間が持たないだろうから小話でも。今は昔茶屋で働く女がおりました。その人生は辛く彩りもなし。ところがある日坊主が茶屋にやってきて一目で女と恋に落ちました。気づかれるぞ。
あ、今のは行くぞ。
迎えに来ると約束しますが、やがて厳しい戒律を思い出し、恥じない死を尋ね、その身を変えてもらいました。もののけに。
Okay, we only have one more to go.
俺の女房も変にする。
それが女は坊主の寺へと飛んでいきましたが、坊主は気づくや否や鐘の下に隠れました。女は火を吹き鐘を溶かそうとしたところ、近すぎる。中の坊主は炎に包まれ焼けしまいました。
子とその犬に力を殺せ。仕留めろ、知れ者め。その鎧もらしませんぞ。
Wow. Wow. These guys are tough, chat. Yeah, these guys are tough.
やれ、お前ら政子を殺せ。仕留めろ、知れ者め。どこだ、探し出し。見失うぞ。
Wow.
どこに隠れた。話してくれる。
Nice. Okay, you're dead. Nicely done, Lady Masako. Nicely done indeed.
ジン、マイと話をしたい。
お待ちしましょ
あの人殺しどもに頼まれて我が家宝を盗んだのか。なぜ私を裏切った。
いいえ、背を向けたのはあなたの方。
そなたを助けたのだ。夫は死罪を望んでおった。わからぬか。
分かってはおりました。
よいか、私は足立家の女なのだ。盗人とは共に行けぬ。
今でもあなたを。
ならば誰の差し金か言ってくれ。家族の仇なのだ。
殺されます。
そなたに手出しはさせぬ。
隠し場所へお連れします。
Interesting. You know, I
う。
feel
お主の
like
主は侍であるな。
その名はおろか、顔も知りません。あちらから文が届くのみなので、我らのことを知っております。
なぜだ。
わかりません。文にはあなたを深く慕う気持ちもその痛みもわきまえていると。
一体
マイと私は深く思い合っておった。
主は宝が壊れていないかどうかひどく案じておりました。
売るつもりでしょうか。
あれは一族にとってのゆかりの品。売ったところで金にはならん。
ならば元より売るつもりはなく、手元に置いておくためか。
文での物言いもそうです。自分のものであるような。
足立家より他の家に渡ったことはない。生き残った者もおらぬはずだが。
あの茂みに隠してあります。
ジン、取ってきてくれ。別れの挨拶をしたい。そなた、浪人どもにあの死を売ろうとしておる家宝を守るためです。
あなたが生きてると知って返そうと思ったのですが、どうしたらよいか分からず。
手放さない。
Adachi family flute, an old bamboo flute used by Lady Masako to celebrate the changing seasons with her grandchildren. I wonder if the, samurai is an Adachi family member, but I honestly have no idea who it would be. Like who in the Adachi family would kill the rest of the Adachi family, you know? But yeah, it's very interesting, what they kind of what's the word I'm looking for? You know, when Lady Masako was speaking with Mai, there was this sort of this inference. I think that's the correct word. I might be wrong, but there was something that was being inferred by, the dialogue that they had. It seems like potentially Lady Masako and Mai, they could have been, maybe in the past they could have been like romantic partners, right? And what ended up happening is you know, the leader of the Adachi clan, right? The head of the household, um, Lord Adachi, maybe, you know, he fancied Lady Masako, and so he kind of like made her into his wife, his lady. And when that happened, I guess, Lady Masako, she obviously could not be in a romantic relationship with Mai anymore, and that was very, very upsetting for Mai. Um, yeah, I feel like if that is the case, if that is truthful, then that is a very fascinating story because, while Japanese culture does not really, they're like in Japanese culture, I think LGBTQ is not really hated or is not really like frowned upon or anything like that. Um, but I do think that you know, people don't really openly support it or openly talk about it. They kind of like just keep it very hush hush. Um, so yeah, it's quite interesting if that is, the sort of like hidden part of this quest where like you find out that there was a romance between Lady Masako and Mai. That would be very fascinating, I think, to include in this game, and I think that would be a great, story point to kind of explore, right? But yeah, very, very nice stuff. I will say, I think that Mai should have known that because Lady Masako ended up becoming, the female head of the household, right? The Adachi household, there's no way that she would have been able to abandon her husband and run away with Mai, Um, but I suppose that people like Mai sometimes have very, very, very, uh, yeah, very impossible dreams, right? Things that can't unfortunately become reality. In any case, let's continue. Let's continue this quest.
礼を言う。
舞は
すでに去ったぞ。ジン、伝えておきたい。実は
皆まで話す義理はありませぬ。
私にとって夫がすべて。なれど舞のことも等しく。
分かっております。
この心に偽りはない。
奴らの主に慕われておる様子。
夫以外で夫婦になろうと思った者はおらぬ。ただの一人もな。
やはり出任せ、話を合わせ舞を引き入れたのか。
一体誰がかようなことを。
探しましょう。じきに見つかります。
叱る時が来れば報いを受けさせる。
Very interesting. One thing that I'm curious about, right? So, Lady Masako, she said that other than her husband, she's had no other romances, and she according to herself, right? She said that basically she has no other admirers, right? I find that to be very interesting because, you know, I feel like just based off of human experience, right? It is very much so possible for someone to not really know when they have a person that has a crush on them or you know, has like romantic feelings for them. I feel like it's something that is definitely possible to keep hidden, right? And yeah, I feel like it's not really very realistic or logical that Lady Masako would know 100% without any doubt in her mind that someone out there did not harbor any romantic feelings for her. So I'm curious to know why she believes that, you know. Very, very interesting. All right, let's see here. We have the trapper over here who has some upgrades. Let's see, range capacity upgrades. Flaming arrow? Okay, okay, I can take that. Kunai as well. Ooh, upgrades the capacity. Okay, okay. Smoke bomb 2, sticky bomb 3. Hmm. I'm gonna take this one. Very nice. So I have a good amount of arrows, and I have slightly more flaming arrows as well. All right, very, very nice. And then let's see, armor. I don't think I need to upgrade my armor, chat, especially if I'm going to be getting a new piece of armor from the main quest. Yeah, I might as well hold on to my materials. And then there's also, like, you know, every time that we save one of these villages or these farms or whatever that's being occupied by Mongols, we get a key, and eventually we'll have like 6 keys to be able to get a, you know, a rare piece of armor that apparently is good, at least based off of what we've heard. So yeah, I think that saving my materials and not fully upgrading the current armor is probably a smart move. 8 out of 9. Interesting. Okay, it looks like we have ads starting soon, chat. So I'm gonna pause here and wait. I think the plan after the ads are done is we are going to do 8 out of 9 for Lady Masako's Tale, and then, you know, if 9 out of 9 is available, we can do that, or we can go ahead and we can jump on over to the main quest. Yeah. I think we've spent a good amount of time on side quests so far, so I think eventually we do want to, you know, move forward with Act 2, and we want to, you know, see where the story takes us, especially with the brand new armor that we get. I'm curious to see how good it is compared to the samurai armor, which we currently own right now. So yeah. All right, 3 minutes of ads. There we go, chat. First, I'm gonna start off with my good old dumbbell, and I owe you guys, so I'm gonna do 10 because I missed the 5 from the previous ad break when I went to go and use the restroom and I ran off. So I'm gonna do 10 for each arm, right? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, nicely done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, nicely done. And then another 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go, chat. There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I actually did, I didn't really mention this before, but yesterday, at around like 11 p.m. when the internet went down, right? I didn't really have much to do, and I was like, you know what? Maybe I should use this time to exercise a little bit. So, for about maybe I want to say like half an hour, I spent some time lifting the dumbbell and doing different exercises. Um, yeah. I wasn't able to do too much with it. I think one of the things that I'm glad I did do is I was able to do some of the, what are they called? I can't even remember the name of the exercise, but it's like it's the one where, you put your one of your legs up on, a chair, right, or a level surface, and you put one of your arms on it as well. And then you basically take the dumbbell, right, in one of your arms, and you kind of have like a maybe like a 90-degree angle, and you sort of lift the dumbbell up and down. So it's kind of like I think the informal exercise name is called like lawnmower pulls or something like that, because it's kind of like, if you imagine using a lawnmower, you take the lawnmower and you pull it with your arm. And it's kind of like the same thing as if you were doing archery, right? Kind of do that, but you do it, sort of up and down, right? Vertical rather than like at an angle or anything like that. So yeah, I did a couple of those, and that was really really nice. I felt like I was working out my muscles, so it was very beneficial. But yeah. I did a tiny amount of exercise off stream last night, and yeah, I think my arms are feeling definitely worked out, definitely exercised. I can feel the muscles kind of being a little tiny bit sore, not really too bad, but if I continue exercising more and more, eventually it'll get to the point where, my muscles are sore and I need to let them rest and let them kind of rebuild a little bit. But yeah. I'm honestly really glad that I'm taking the opportunity to do a little bit of a workout during the ad breaks. I think it's very healthy, very beneficial. But let me go ahead. I'm gonna grab a drink of water. There we go. Rehydrate the body, chat. So, three minutes of ads are over. We can now jump back into the gameplay. Let's go ahead and we will... Yeah, we don't need that. We will go on with Tale 8 out of 9. Is there anywhere nearby that I can teleport? Maybe here. Let's see, can I follow the fox or is it too dark? Don't escape too far away, Foxy. I need to be able to see where I'm going. Step through. Honor the shrine. I literally cannot see the shrine, chat. I'm honestly very lucky that I was able to reach here. Very nice. Okay. Shrine has been honored. Okay, so I need to go backwards, basically behind me. Okay. See, I'll go out here. And then let me grab Kage. There we go, buddy. I don't even know what the heck is this little This little weird building thing. You got this, Kage. I believe in you, buddy. He's a good horse.
純真はどこだ。
政子様。
どうした答えろ。おやめください。どこにおるのか言え。
政子殿、何を。
この坊主、舌をなくしたようでな。
何卒お助けを。
どうかこの場は私に。
よかろう。だが口を割らなければ私が変わる。
Oof. All right. Better speak up, buddy.
していただけなのに。殺されるかと思いました。
もう安心してよいぞ。して純真がどうした。
もみじ寺で民を世話していたのですが、猛虎に襲われたとか。
見つけねば殺されるな。
Okay, interesting.
純真をどうする気ですか。
奴も襲撃に加担しておったのだ。
流民を助けるような男が形状にも名が載っておりません。
だが奴への文が寺にあった。しかも犯人どもが持っておったのと同じ紙で、流民の野営に食料を流すと書いてあった。その代わり私の居所を事細かに教えろともな。
それは申し出、証拠になりません。
私に隠れて犯人どもと通じておった証拠にはなる。
真相を探りましょう。純真に話を聞きます。
まあいいだろ
う。もみじ寺にいるはずです。
All right, let's see how this goes. Surely Junshin is innocent, right, chat? Surely he's a good monk who only helps people.
行くぞ。
行きましょ
う。急げ。
Red Leaf Temple. Where the heck is that? Have we been there already? Or is it like a new location that we've not been before? Alright, lead the way. So these are the Kushi grasslands.
坊主を見つけたら私のやり方で処する。
政子殿、話をするだけです。
犯人どもは太刀に物を言わせ家族を殺したのだ。
どうか純真の罪が明らかになるまで太刀を抜かぬように。
七五を殺した連中とお主は話をしたいと思うか。志村殿はそやつを追い詰め首を取ったそうだな。家族の仇が撃たれたお主に邪魔立てをする道理はないぞ。
He is certainly filled with rage.
やめろ！
やめよう！ゲスども、報いを受けよ！
Atstachta! Tirin heften!
Ja.
Okay. Where am I supposed to go, chat? Where did they disappear to? Has to be somewhere, maybe this direction to the left?
Junshin を見つけるぞ。 急げ。
間もなく寺です。
待っておれ純真。
Is that a Mongol eagle?
このまま進むぞ。
いや、後ろから切る。
ジン。
純真が死にますぞ。
分かった。
それぞれ一人ずつ。急がねばなりません。
入れ口は私が。坊主のことは任せた。
Kemkerki som esan elga botunda. Enik shataj bulukui. Khatan khani zalla. Yagar bokurgesh. Buddin sumuk nurasan. Ach mongfik. Denin nokudin kulbolsan. Kemkerki sum spasno. Ya languya. Kemkerki sum nudik. Yan samurai yat. Hoy! Arbo! Ready? Be begin pen. Vertragen auf! Ja!
新手が来る。純真を助けねば。あなたはもしや酒井様。まさか殿。
ジン、そこをのけ。そやつは裏切り者だ。
逃げよ。戦えば我らは負ける。
とうに負けておるわ。
What are we doing, chat? Why are we fighting her now? Oh boy.
Oh, おやめください。
坊主をこちらに渡せ。
断る。
Damn. That is rough, chat.
坊主を渡せばよかったもの。
I need to study her moveset. I don't know.
おやめください。
坊主をこちらに渡せ。
断る。
Wow.
かような最後は無念だろう。
おやめください。
坊主をこちらに渡せ。
断る。
Okay, so that's a
人殺しの肩を持つか。
話すだけのはず。
それで何が変わる。
約束なされた。
一族の仇を討つとな。 私の邪魔立てをするからだ。
Okay. I understand the fight better now, chat, but I think it might take me a little bit to actually take her down.
坊主をこちらに渡せ。
断る。
人殺しの肩を持つか。
話すだけのはず。
それで何が変わる。
約束なされた。
一族の仇を討つとな。
聞こえておりますな。あれこそが敵。
There we go, chat. We got it. We got it. Okay, I need to run around and get those guys. There we go. Nicely done.
Atçıqda! Buradan törne qozi! Doşu!
Ow. Okay, there's an archer there.
Doşu! Doşu!
There we go.
Açış beri!
There we go.
Ottoru! Ternikalli! Tübe!
Bye bye.
Jamharak tujuan!
Okay. Ow. There we go.
Atçıqda!
Okay, seems like that was the last guy, thankfully. Alright, what's up?
約束なされたはず。
純真を見た刹那、死んだ孫の顔が不意に浮かんできたのだ。冷たくなったあの子らの顔が、お主こそ坊主をかばいおって。
だから裏切ったと？気はお確かか？
私は全てを失ったのだぞ。
違う。全て捨てたのです。仇のために。
龍蔵を前にして同じことが言えるのか。
怒りに任せてはなりません。仲間を失わぬためにも。
私はまだ仲間か。
純真は近くにおります。見つけましょう。政子殿、二度と刃を向けぬよ
う。分かった。約束だ。
足跡があるはず。
Well, that was a good pep talk, chat. Good stuff indeed. I honestly have no idea, like, even what direction Junshin went towards.
ジン、こっちだ。
Somewhere over here? Okay, okay. Wait, I think we found it.
こちらへ行った様子。
What's going on, Pluto? Welcome on in, homie. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. It has been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Hopefully you are living life, enjoying things. Been good? Just been planning your wedding and getting ready to go back to school. Hell yeah.
森へ逃げたようです。
Weddings are definitely, you know, a lot of fun. I will say that, you know, obviously being the person that has to plan your wedding, right?
純真から話を聞くには好都合というだけ。
確かにな。だが忘れるな。舌さえあれば話はできるぞ。
Yeah, being like, you know, the groom or being the bride, being the person that has to organize the wedding, it's definitely a very, very nerve-wracking thing, right? It's something that, you know, takes a lot of precision, takes a lot of attention, and you got to know what you want from the wedding. But weddings are a very, very lovely event to attend, right? To be a part of. Um, yeah. Such a beautiful, beautiful moment to enjoy between loved ones, right? So I hope the wedding goes off very, very smoothly, and I hope that it's a absolutely wonderful, wonderful occasion, as it should be. Um, but yeah, it's awesome that you are kind of moving forward with that major development in your life, right? Getting ready to go back to school as well. I will say, in my personal opinion, right, Pluto, going back to school, uh, like I think the notion of it, it sounds good. You know, you go back to school, you study, you get a degree, and then hopefully that degree will allow you to you know, achieve greater success in life, right? Whether it's a bachelor's degree, whether it's a master's, a PhD, right? Anything. So you go to school and you hope that things are able to you know, things are able to be smooth sailing for you. School though is, man, it is a beast. It is definitely something that should not be um underestimated, because I don't know, man. Like I have a local friend of mine, right? A really wonderful human being who actually stopped by my stream earlier. And I don't know if they're still lurking. They probably aren't, and I don't, you know, I don't expect them to. But they're a dear friend of mine, and they recently started going back to school as well, right? I think they're going for their master's degree, or maybe it's their PhD. And they were saying that, like, you know, for the class that they're taking, I don't know how many classes that they're taking, but for one of them, they have to write, you know, like some of the assignments that they get, they have to write like a 15-page essay for their assignment. And I hear that and I'm like, oh my God, absolutely the hell not. Like, no, thank you. Absolutely not. I've written essays, you know, throughout my academic journey, and essays are one of my least favorite things to have to experience, because yeah, I feel like a lot of the time in school, when you are required to write an essay, it's typically not about a subject that you actually have any sort of interest in, that you care about. It's typically something that, you know, you kind of just have to do for the class that you're taking. But yeah, I mean, even though I am someone who dislikes school, I really hope that you are able to get some value out of going back to school. I hope that you're able to enjoy as much of the academic experience as possible, and hopefully you're able to get through your classes, get through your degree as quickly as possible. Yeah. Yeah, no, Pluto, I'm doing well myself, not doing too bad at all. Yeah, I'm still in school myself, right? Which is why I kind of speak in detail about the subject. Um, School has been not too terrible, but I definitely am, you know, I'm in the mindset where, like, I really want to be done with all of my academics, and I really want to essentially go and go out there and try to secure a good job for myself. Um, because yeah, it is quite tough, you know. Um, yeah. Unfortunately, trying to, you know, balance school, balance work, all that fun stuff, it's not really not really the easiest thing, right? But yeah. Been trying to stop by to say hi sometimes, but you're really tired after a long day. Yeah, like I have a good friend of mine, right? And many years ago, whenever I was like a young, dumb teenage kid, I used to work together with him. We worked at a fast food restaurant, as colleagues. And after we, left that restaurant, after we left that job, we kind of parted ways a little bit, but we reconnected recently. And I was chatting with him, talking about how he's been in life, and it seems like he is doing well, right? Like my friend, he has a romantic partner. He has a girlfriend or maybe a fiance sometime in the near future. He has a girlfriend. He has a good job that he's working at, and he recently told me that he is getting himself a house, right? He's signing a mortgage and everything, and he seems to be basically just succeeding in the adulting, right? The life of a responsible grown up adult. And I was chatting with him, and one of the things that I noticed is that you know he mentioned this to me. He said that he really wishes he could have a couple of days to relax and unwind and kind of just chill and play video games or do other things, because he told me that like a lot of the time the only thing that he really does is he will go to work. Obviously he'll work 40 hours a week or however long it is, and then he'll come home and he'll spend time with his girlfriend, and he'll spend time with his pet dog, his pet puppy, and yeah, that's basically it, right? He works, he comes home, he's very tired, very exhausted. He, does his family stuff, and then he just goes to bed, right? And wakes up the next day. And he kind of, when we talked, he mentioned that like he doesn't really have a lot of free time to play video games or like watch a bunch of anime or TV or anything like that. It's kind of just, yeah, the very standard, adult schedule of work, come home, eat a dinner meal, take care of some family stuff, and then go to bed. And, although my friend, I'm very happy for him, right? I think that he is being successful in life. I also simultaneously noticed that, you know, I think my friend, he I don't necessarily think that he's miserable per se. I don't think that he is suffering or anything like that. But I think I've noticed that like my friend could absolutely be happier if if he were able to do more of the things that he wants to do, that he likes to do, right? If he had more free time available in his life, I think that he would be happier, and that he would be enjoying things a lot more. Um, but yeah, it was a very interesting thing to observe, right? And it's something that like I personally I want to kind of avoid that whenever I eventually, finish my school stuff and I kind of dive into the corporate world myself, as a full grown adult, right? I do not want to live that type of lifestyle where the only thing that I have available is just work and then come home and, sleep, and that's it, right? I always want to be in a position where I'm able to enjoy my hobbies and my passions in my free time. Which is it's a hard thing to balance, right? To figure out and make sure that you're able to have the free time for everything that you want. It's definitely something that I think a lot of adults out there struggle with, which is normal, right? And sometimes you can't really do much about it. But yeah. I totally understand it, right? Sometimes when you're an adult, when you're focused on your priorities, your responsibilities, you don't have time to be goofing off on Twitch or on YouTube or any other, entertainment platform, right, for that matter. But no matter what, I think like that's the thing, right? my streams, my content that I try to create for people, it's not really something that I feel, you know, everyone should come and watch me and everyone has to, be a an audience member, everyone has to be a viewer of mine. Like if people have much more important things to do in their life, absolutely they should prioritize that, and my stream is not that important at all. Like if people are able to stop by and say hello and able to enjoy the content, the gameplay, whatever, then they're more than welcome to. But sometimes it's just it's not a viable thing for friends, for acquaintances to do that. So yeah. But in any case, I really do genuinely hope that your wedding is an absolute blast. I hope it's the best thing ever, that you get to experience, and I wish you all the luck with school, because school is, in my opinion, not fun. I don't love it. I've heard people say like, oh man, there are people out there that say, I love learning. I love picking up new skills, new talents and whatnot, right? Kind of just like educating themselves. Um, and I get that. Like there is people out there who are curious, who are interested in expanding their knowledge. Like school is one way to do it, but I personally feel like, at least for me, the education system in the US and in my country, it is absolutely garbage. I feel like it's not optimized at all. It's not, set up to be very effective, very efficient. And a lot of the time you end up kind of going to school and learning a bunch of crap that you don't need, and potentially that you don't want to learn, but you kind of have to in order to get a degree. Um, so yeah. But in any case, I wish you the absolute best in life, Pluto. And I appreciate you stopping by, even if it's like once a year, right? That'll be an occasion for me. Having viewers stop by and saying hello and recognizing, usernames that are people who have been kind of following along with my channel for a long time. It's always nice to see familiar usernames that I'm like, hey, this person, they've been around for a while, and I'm glad that I get to chat with them a little bit and say hello and everything. It always is a very, very wholesome feeling, right? And I appreciate that a lot. But yeah, man, yeah. All right. What the heck was I doing, chat? I was looking for footprints. That's what I was doing. Track Junshin. It's so freaking dark in this game, I can't even see which direction I need to be going. I see a ground here. I don't know if I need to follow this ground or not. Nope, I don't. Is it this way? This looks like a dead end. Nope, not over here. Okay, point me in the direction I need to go. Somewhere up here, perhaps? Ooh, there's a fox den nearby. Okay, that's dope. Maybe it's this way. No, it's actually this way. Okay. So we followed this curve, it seems like. Did he not? Oh, he went this way, maybe?
どうか命だけは。
Oh, I think I see him. There we go, chat. We found him. We found him after a little bit of stumbling
何
around.
者が施しの話を持ちかけた。
花と名乗っておりました。
嘘だ。
政子殿、花とは。
姉上だ。あの夜死んだかと思っておったが。
2日前訪ねてきたのです。真っ赤な着物に金色の帯を締め、菊の花の香りを漂わせておりました。
信じぬぞ。嘘だ。
私は何も漏らしておりません。本当です。
もう行け。
姉上が生きていて子供らを殺しただと。
なぜ足立家を襲ったのでしょ
わからん。直接聞いてやるわ。
う。私も助力いたします。
神谷方に来てくれ。
Interesting. The conspirator. So, according to this story, right, Lady Hana, who is Lady Masako's sister, Charm of Dual Destruction 2, very nice. Seasons of War, Clan Armor Die, I'll take that, sure. So, it seems like, right, according to the story so far that I understand, okay, Lady Hana apparently loves Lady Masako, but I don't know if that is like a romantic love or if it's just like a family love, right? Because they're sisters, you know? And so what I'm thinking, like, why would she want to destroy the Adachi clan? Maybe it's because, I don't know, perhaps like Lady Hana was in love with Lord Adachi, the you know, kind of leading man of the clan, right? She was in love with Lord Adachi, and maybe Lord Adachi chose to have Lady Masako be his wife. And then perhaps Lady Hana was angered by that. She did not agree with that decision. And she hated the fact that she was not chosen as the wife. Maybe that's it. I wonder. Apologies there, chat. I had something stuck in my throat for a second. So that might be the reason. Another reason, which I don't know, maybe this is a theory that I don't know how reliable it is. You know, I don't know how realistic it is. But maybe, you know, the reasoning is that like Lady Hana, she, you know, cares for Lady Masako. And let's just say for the time being that it's like a family love, right? Because Lady Hana is her sister. So Lady Hana cares about Lady Masako as a family member. And perhaps she hated Lord Adachi and his people because they kind of took Lady Masako away from Lady Hana, in a sense, right? By making Lady Masako the wife and kind of, you know, adopting her as an Adachi family member, perhaps Lady Hana felt as if that, you know, took Lady Masako away from her previous, you know, family. So that could be the explanation, but that's very, very, very interesting that, you know, her sister would be the you know, the big bad villain behind the scenes, right? Very, very interesting indeed. Okay, okay. So it seems... Wait, hold on. Is it down here, perhaps? I don't see it. Wait. No. So part 9 of Lady Masako's Tale, I think is not released. I'm not entirely sure. Amiyagata Falls. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like part 9 of her quest is not yet released. Okay, okay. Alright. Oh, I think this one, this Mythic Tale, I need to collect the keys for it. Okay. Alright. Let's see here, chat. Okay, I can fast travel here. Nice, nice, nice, nice. Let's fast travel here. And then I'm going to... Yeah, I can't fast travel there. Let's go ahead and track this one. We're gonna now work on the main story quest. So it's this direction. Okay, okay. Alright, Kage. Get over here, buddy. We shall ride towards my home village. We'll see how far away it is. Perhaps we can stick here to the outskirts of the forest and we'll make it. I don't know if this water is crossable. And I also don't know if we need to cross this water, do we? Seems like we do. Omi Lake. Nice, okay. And then we're moving towards Omi Village. Ooh, it's a gift altar. Okay, okay. Okay. Age, I think this water might be too deep for you, so let me exit off of you. Alright. We'll try swimming if it is too deep, chat. Thankfully, we don't really use up any sort of, like, stamina or anything by swimming. Probably this one right here, huh? Alright.
どこだ?
不届き者め。若様。亡くなられたかと。
急ぎ戻ったぞ。久しいな、ユリ。
お疲れのようで、飯の支度を。
飯は結構だ。猛虎勢が村を通ったはずだが、変わりはないか。
賊が来たのに私が追い払いました。
父上の鎧を取りに戻った。
菰田ではお使いにならなかったのに。
あれからいろいろとあってな。
鎧は隠しております。
That's very wholesome. Ghosts from the past. What a fitting title.
さあこちらへ。ああ、体が重い。太一に取ってこさせましょう。墓地にいるはずです。
そこで何を？
土を鳴らし、毒草の世話をさせています。毒は良いネズミよけになるのですよ。
一人ではないのだな。
志村様はご創建で。
ああ、猛虎に捕らえられていたが、お救いいたした。
ああ、どなたか他に手を貸す者は？
おるぞ、政子殿だ。
まあ、幼き頃からおの子と稽古していましたからね。
いつか司祭を聞かせてくれ。
政子様だけですか？
他には石川先生も。
もう何年も無沙汰しております。相変わらず尊大なお振る舞いなのですか？
ああ、未だにな。だが弓の腕は別格だ。
ご本人も異論ないかと。
I assume this might be Taichi?
酒井様、お戻りで。
急ぎなのだ。ユリの世話をしてくれておるそうだな。
世話されてるのはこちらの方です。
太一や、鎧を持ってきておくれ。
頼む。俺は墓に参ろう。
Alright, we're visiting our father's grave.
草むしりが済んでおらんぞ。
申し訳ありません。
若様が戻られたというのに見苦しいではないか。
すぐに済ませます。
後回しでよい。それよりも鎧を整えておくれ。
Alright, we have 5 minutes, chat, until ads. 5 minutes until exercise time. Reflect on legacy. I fought hard to return home. Now I'm alone.
灯火や難儀の末に帰りくれば我の身一人残りおるなり。
Interesting. I think it could have been a better haiku, but it's fine. We did what we did, chat. You know, one thing that I will say is I have a potential theory about this game. I don't know how accurate it is or inaccurate, but I had this thought cross my mind where essentially my theory is that it could be possible long ago in the past when, you know, Jin's father passed away. He died to, I believe, the Mongols. It is possible that it could have been due to Lord Shimura. And, yeah, perhaps Lord Shimura is not as innocent as he seems to be. Perhaps he, potentially wanted Jin's father to pass away. And so he kind of set up the circumstances for that to happen. I would not be too overly shocked.
そうか、助かった。
But yeah, we'll see how things turn out.
Jin, 手を貸さんか。
お前は死ぬのが主情のためだ。
若様。
どうした？
いえ、ただめまいがしただけ。今若様がてっきり。
出てこい、卑怯者め。
中へ入れ。
Sakai mask, worn by the greatest samurai of the Sakai clan. Sakai clan armor for the leader of the Sakai clan, previously worn by Jin's father, Kazumasa Sakai.
俺はここだ。
Straw hats, huh? Okay, okay. Ooh, I missed. Wow. Okay. That was surprising. Let's try that again, shall we, chat? That's cheap.
いざ勝負。
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Yuri!
Alright, chat. Looks like ads are going on. I gotta pause the game. Gotta stop it right here. I apologize, we did a little bit of gameplay during the ads, but I had to take care of those 3 bozos before I could, you know, pause the game quickly. Alright, so I owe you guys some dumbbells. Here we go. 5 on each arm. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, there we go. There we go. And then since there's still ads going on, I'm going to do a little bit of some extra workout where essentially I'm just taking the dumbbell and kind of lifting it vertically in front of me while I'm sitting in this chair. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then, other hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Nicely done, chat. Nicely done. Alright. Oof. Yeah. That's a good workout. Let me grab a drink. Make sure I stay hydrated. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Nicely done. Alright. Shoulder feels not too bad. Could probably do some stretches to make sure that my bones and ligaments and everything don't feel too bad. But I think we're doing all right. We're doing not too shabby, chat. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Oh man. All right. Everything feels good. Nice and stretched out, nice and loose. We are good to go, chat. 3 minutes of ads are donezo. Okay. Let's go ahead and continue the game. So we took care of the 3 Ronin bozos that came over. Now it's fair to say we took care of them. And we chat with her.
怪我はないか。
島の民よ、また槍川が面倒なことに。
槍川の反乱は二昔も前。あやつらは猛虎の手下だ。
そうでしょうとも。あのような戦いぶり、まこと恐ろしい。休ませてください。
湖の木へ参ろ
う。ええ、ぜひ。
毒草を育てていると言ったな。
ネズミよけでございます。
量を増やせば人も殺せるか。
人に使うなど。
どうなのだ。
強力な毒はひどいものです。ああ、殿。しばし座りましょう。堺の者は毒など使いません。
猛虎と戦った堺がいようか。使える手立ては使わねばこれ以上の犠牲は払えぬ。
猛虎が若様を変えたのですね。
この世が変わったのだ。
母から教わったのは薬草と死にすら至らしめる毒草。食べさせねばなりませんが、いかにして毒を盛るのです。
吹き針を使う。唐国の僧がある源氏の武者に伝えた武器だ。どうだ、ユリ。
良き心を失われますな。
もちろんだ。
お生まれになる前から仕えてきた身です。断れましょうか。
He's a good person.
まずは筒の素材がいるな。
湖の向こう岸、漁師の家のそばに足が生えているはずです。昔、足を束ねて小さな船を作りましたね。
龍蔵とな、紐すがら壇の浦の戦ごっこをしておった。
ご用心を。夜に明かりがついておりました。誰かいるはずです。
案ずるな、足を取ってすぐに戻る。
ここで待っております。
Travel to the old fisherman's house. Interesting. Seems like it's that way. Okay, okay. Is there a path that I can take to get there which does not involve swimming? If there is, I will take that pathway. Hmm. What's this item here? I can't pick it up? Interesting. Okay. So, somewhere over here, chat, there should be the fisherman's house. Surely there's not going to be any Mongols nearby, right?
ユリの言う通り、漁師の家は族どもに乗っ取られておる。
Bandits, huh?
お前を切っても自慢にもなりやしねえ。
Nicely done. 3 in a row, baby.
おい、避けろ。けろ。おい、避けろ。伏せろ。
Bye bye. Okay. So where am I supposed to find these reeds? What's up, bozo? Oof. Right up through the bottom of the mouth. Yikes. Oh, I don't see anyone else, chat.
カラスが群れをなして南へと向かうとき。
Sorry, buddy. I have no use for your little stories right now.
天狗の伝承をお聞きになれば答えがわかるやもしれません。そちらの精鋭を出せ。
Bring it on, bozos. Nice. Okay, what just happened there? That was so weird, chat. I don't know what the fuck happened, but I was trying to block the attacks, and then I just kept on... You know, I tried pressing the block button, and it wouldn't allow me to block. It's very weird. Okay.
そうだ。ユリに届けよう。
Interesting. I'm quite surprised that the Omi village has not been, you know, kind of unlocked as a fast travel point. Very interesting. Oh, there it is. Okay, it was further up north. I was wondering, I was like, what the hell? So I need to go all the way over there. Okay. Maybe what I should do is I should swim to this side over here, and then I just run along the edge there. You know, chat, I've actually basically realized that ever since like the beginning of the game, we have not been able to find other locations like the ryokan, right? Or the kind of like, yeah, the like hotel type areas that offer increased max HP for resting. Like, I think we've only had the ones at the beginning of the game, and ever since then, we've not come across any more.
ただし様、若様、ただお一人で。
ユリ。
若様、失礼いたしました。殿のことを思い出しておりました。
俺は忘れたい。
殿なりの情があったのですよ。
もう良いだろう。吹き筒と針が揃った。あとは毒だけだ。
では参りましょう。こちらへ。薬草を育てるために作った小さな野営があります。そして毒草も獅子をも殺す強さです。
猛虎を殺せる強さにしてくれ。
若様と遠出できるとは。
馬の乗り方を教えてくれたな。あの子馬で。
若様は姿勢よく蔵にまたがって将軍様のようでした。あらあら、若様。
どうしたのだ。
若様はここで志村様を殺めかけたのですよ。
何？
確か3つか4つの頃、志村様が木立の扱い方を教えてくださっていたのに、若様は蝶々に夢中で。
思い出した。叔父上の目を打ったのであったな。
志村様と殿は息ができぬほど大笑いされておりました。
父上が笑ったとはな。
お母上が病になられる前は若様にも笑いかけておいででしたよ。こちらです。
御座と焚き火、野宿するのか。
いろんな薬草を探す時だけです。では毒草を集めましょう。
休んでおれ。俺が積も
う。Alright, here we go, chat.
種は毒です。食べないで。
子供扱いはするな。
あら、失礼を。
You will always be a child in their eyes.
母上は綺麗に飾ってくださったな。
それで十分。こちらへお持ちください。
Alright, here we go.
待たせたな。
いいえ。まず種を抜き取り、実を砕き、糊状にしたら針を浸します。
効き目は強いのか。
納得いただけるかと。できました。
この道で合ってるのか。ばあさんの野営がこの辺りにあるんだよ。
若様、誰か来ます。
そこにおれ。
This will be easy, chat.
毒の効き目を確かめるか。
あの侍。
Blowgun shoots a variety of poison darts.
あいつの首を取れば褒美をたんまりもらえるな。もう近いか。方角を調べてみる。このどこかだ。急げ。逃がすわけにはいかん。どうかぜひを。
Nicely done. Okay, okay. I like that. That was easy.
お怪我はありませんか。
案ずるな。始末はつけた。
若様は成人でいらっしゃいましたね。
俺もたまに忘れる。そろそろ屋敷に戻ろ
う。その前にこの場所を片付けましょう。
あまり無理をするでないぞ。
まあ、子供扱いとは老体のできることは心得てます。
他の毒も作れるのか。
全く落ち着きのないお方。もう一つございます。混乱と怒りを起こす毒が。しかし素材は何だったでしょ
う。思い出してくれ。役に立ちそうだ。
Okay, very, very nice. Recover your father's armor. Hell yeah. Ghosts from the past. Alright, I wonder what the next step is going to be in Act 2. Ooh, so close to one more technique point. So close, chat.
何だったかしら。赤くて落ち葉。いえ、花びらがあったはず。あ、お花だ。違う。思い出せない。母上がいらっしゃってくだされば。
Alright, chat, let's see here. So we have... Ooh, Yuriko's tail. Okay, okay. Very nice. Let's see here. What is this? Preparations are complete for our battle to reclaim Castle Shimura and defeat Khotun Khan. I should speak with my uncle at his staging camp. Okay, okay. Very nice. Very nice indeed, chat. Let's take a moment to... Yeah, let's take a moment to visit the armorer. So we're gonna fast travel. And I don't know if we want to immediately go on to the main quest. Because I'm thinking that perhaps, let me see here.
鎧でも結構です。何を
Armor.
直しましょうか。
Sakai clan armor. Let's see. Major increase to melee damage, moderate increase to health. Increase the standoff streak by 1. Winning a standoff has a 10% chance to terrify nearby enemies. Okay, okay. Massive increase to health. Ooh, okay. Interesting, interesting. Alright. So what does this one have? This one has reduces all damage by a major amount, massive increase to health, 30% resolve. I see. Okay. So let's upgrade this one. There we go. And then we're gonna upgrade one more time.
より頑丈になりました。
There we go. Okay. Perfect.
ああ、素材を十分に
Reduces
お持ち
all
でないようで
damage
す
by a
ね。
major amount. Massive increase to health. Taking damage grants 30% resolve. Major increase to melee damage. Massive increase to health. Increase the standoff streak by 2. Winning a standoff has a 25% chance to terrify nearby enemies. Interesting. Okay, okay. I'm not sure which one is better, chat, because I feel like reducing damage by a major amount is really beneficial. So yeah, basically we have the Sakai clan armor, which increases our damage output. And then we have the Samurai clan armor, which reduces enemy damage.
ああ、素材を十分にお持
I
ちで
think
ないようで
both
す
are
ね。
good, but I don't know. It's probably a situational type thing. Okay, let me see here. Gear. Outfit. Sakai clan helmet refined. I don't really know why it has antlers. I'm gonna be completely honest. Which one do I like the most? This one's the refined helmet, huh? Man, I wish that, like... I wish that you could take this helmet and then remove the antlers from it. That would be really cool. There we go. I'll test this out, chat. I'll see whether I like this armor as it is. Yeah, I'll see whether the damage, you know, taken from enemies is a thing that I need to decrease or not. Okay, okay. So let's go. Where do we want to go now, chat? I kind of want to get like a small what's it called? A small increase to my legend so that I can level it up. Um Perhaps let me see here. Perhaps we can go here. So we fast travel here, and then we'll complete this little side mission of ours. Is it this way? Yeah, it seems like it's that way. Okay. Alright. Kage. Let's ride on our way.
Kakero, Kage!
Surely if I follow this pathway here, it'll eventually bring me to the farmstead that we want to go to. Wait, where the heck did we end up? Did we go off the path? I think we did go off the path. Okay.
Yeah!
There we go. Bring it on, baby. Nicely done. It is really hard to see anything in this light. There we go. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
お助けください。
待たせてしまったな。
ありがとうございます。
もう安全だ。
どうかお受け取りください。
Nice. We got a gift? Hell yeah, baby. Free stuff. Still not yet upgraded. Okay, okay. Kage, is that you hanging up there? You just chilling, boy? Alright, so I think we need to keep going. Oh, we need to go to the left. Okay, interesting. Alright. Another standoff, this time with bandits, it looks like. I missed. This guy is quick. Holy moly. Where's the archer at? Oh, I see him now.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Oh, nice. We got it, chat. Your legend grows. The Avenging Guardian. I like it. I like it. Both max resolve and max HP increased. Hell yeah. Charm of Unseen Respite. Smoke bombs restore 25% of your health. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot, chat. Hell yeah. Alright. So, let's keep going, Kage. We need to follow... It looks like follow this pathway. Going up to the farmstead. I'm assuming. Hopefully this pathway does lead there. Ooh. That was not supposed to happen. I didn't realize how big of a cliff that was. What the heck?
Yoshi!
Bring it on, baby. Nope, I messed that up. Nice, okay. I got some predator hides. I have no idea what that animal was that they were like fighting. Maybe it was a bear. Okay. So it seems like this right here is the farmstead that we need to reach, chat. Seems like we found it. Okay. Let me very quickly pause the game because I need to go ahead and open up the good old Pokemon TCG and do my daily pack pulls. Come on, game. Not bad. Not bad. You know, there are a couple of different Pokemon EX cards that I have, chat, in the Pokemon TCG app. A couple of them that I have where I only own one copy of the EX card, right? And ideally, I want to get a second copy because having, you know, 2 copies of each card is ideal for building decks in the game, right? And so I always hope that every day I log into the app and I do my you know, pack pulls. I always hope that that, you know, I'll get one of those EX cards that I need, right? But it's always you know, an EX card that I have multiple of, that I have like, you know, maybe 3 or 4 different copies of. Um, Sometimes, you know, some that I already have 2 copies of. Um, but yeah, it's very unfortunate luck that I'm not really getting sort of like ones that I necessarily need. Um, but it is what it is. Can't really do anything about RNG, can you? Rescue the hostages, kill enemies undetected without focused hearing. Without focused hearing, huh? Okay. Um, Surely I can do that 3 times, chat, and then after the 3rd time I can use my focused hearing. Hmm. Maybe I can wait for that enemy to walk back this way? Since I can't use focused hearing for that bonus objective, I have to kind of be very, very cautious here. I can see one guy walking. See this guy walking. Okay. I think I hear a dog, chat. I think I might be able to take out this guy. Potentially. Nope. Never mind. Nicely done. Shit. Unlucky. Man, it is actually quite difficult, chat, not being able to use the focused hearing. Yeah, because I'm not really able to tell where each person is. Hmm. Okay, so that's 2 enemies. I need 1 more. Okay. Gotta be careful with these guys. Don't want them detecting me. Yeah, that guy's quite dangerous. There we go. Oh, wait a second, chat. Is that actually how it works? Oh man, that's kind of annoying. Interesting. Yeah, so basically, chat, there are different, you can see that there are like 4 different hostages, right? And so there are different areas of this farm, you know, this region, that you need to kill a bunch of the guys, the enemies, and you need to free the hostage in each region after killing the guys. So the bonus objective of killing enemies silently without being detected and without using focused hearing, that applies to each individual area by itself, right? It's not just 3 enemies in the entire farm. It's like you have to do 3 enemies in a single area. Did I fail that one? I think I did fail it because I'm pretty sure they noticed me, and you know, when they noticed me, they would obviously go after the hostages, right?
Çıkarvo. Çıyuarsa. Huge fish water. Himbot yaho.
Hey, where the heck is that dog? That dog is a major problem for us. Don't worry, chat. We're being very still. We are blades of grass, and he's not gonna see us. Hopefully this guy will come a little bit closer so I can quickly assassinate him. Maybe not. Maybe not. There's the dog. I saw it walking around. How did he see me? I'm so confused by that, chat. Like, I don't even think that he was facing my direction in the slightest, and he still managed to see me. No, I need my bow. If I can take care of those dogs, that'll be a big, big relief. Nope. That's so annoying. Alright. Let's try that again, chat.
Huge wish wedge. Himbod yaho. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Яг уу. Хийсэн үнийг нь олж ир. Энд тэр самурай бололтой. Алднаа тэрнийг. Тэр тэнд байгаа юу? Юм алгаа. Явцгаж. Ихтэй болгоомжтой. Ахиад учруул. Үхтэл болгоно.
Okay. I do need to take out that dog. That dog is going to be a problem. There we go, chat.
Ямар нэг юм харвоо. Энд харагдахгүй л байна. Уцаад ирж мэднэ. Сэрэмжтэй бай. Ахад үцээр боо. Өгдөг болгоно.
Beautiful.
Самурай буцаад ирнэ гэж мөрөөдсөн. Өшөө чан чамайг сонсож мэднэ.
We gotta move this way because if they notice the bodies, then they're gonna like search that area and probably see me. Okay.
хамаагүй. Тэнд байна. Яц тустай. Хашаа хүргэн.
There you go, buddy.
Ah, 助かった。ありがとうございます。
さあ、早く逃げよう。
島から出る手はないのか。
Alright, 1 out of 4, free. Oh, is this a free kill for me, chat? Beautiful.
Ардаж болохгүй шүү.
Хөөе. Ачуутаалаасан.
頼む、今だけは。
Амар төлөөлнө. Тэр яг орбен.
Тэр яг俺を待ってる家族がいるんだ。
Bye bye.
Okay,
2 out of 4. Alright, let's see here.
すっかり諦めておりました。
道中気をつけよ。
三途の川の方がここよりマシだろうな。
Alright, nice. It looks like ads are going to be starting soon, chat. So we're going to pause the game here before we get into any more gameplay. And yeah, we're going to get ready to do a little bit of some exercising as normal. As normal. Oh, boy. Whew. Man, this game, like, I feel as if it's so easy for me to sink into this game and get so immersed, right? And, yeah, I lose track of time. I lose track of, you know, everything outside of the game. But in any case, let's take a break and let's go ahead and do our dumbbell lifts, shall we? Make sure that we take care of our physical health while we game as well. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there we go. Oof, man. Okay, let's see here. 1. That's a little bit difficult with my my earbuds kind of in the way. Maybe I'll remove my earbuds for a second, and then I'll continue. Alright, so I'm going to put these aside here. There we go. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. I don't know if it's a good idea to do that. My shoulder might not feel that great if I, you know, mess up the kind of positioning of my arms and everything. There we go. That was 5 on the right arm. Yeah. I think the last thing that I want to happen is to accidentally, you know, pull a muscle or hurt my bones or anything like that. Oof. Okay. Okay. Think we're good? Let's make sure that we do some stretches. Make sure that we are not overworking our bones and muscles. Okay, okay. Alright. There we go. There we go. Okay. Ooh. And then, take some water. Oh, rehydrate myself. And we should be good, chat. Should be chilling. My mom, you know, like almost every day, my mom likes to give me these, you know, nutritional supplements, like these little pills that give you things like vitamin B, magnesium, right? All this sort of stuff that benefits your body. She loves to give me these pills, and I absolutely hate them. But if it'll make me a little bit healthier, I might as well take them, right? Let me see here. Ah. One of the reasons why I don't really like that pill in particular is because that pill is actually very large and it's very easy to accidentally choke on it. So you got to be extremely careful. I've had some times where I try to take the pill and I try to drink some water with it, and it ends up kind of getting a little bit stuck in my throat, and it causes me to kind of like choke on the water that I'm drinking. So got to be very, very careful when you're taking, you know, specific supplements or anything that could potentially be considered a choking hazard, you know? In any case, back to our gameplay chat. The 3 minutes of ads are over. Let's free the rest of these hostages, shall we? And don't worry, chat. You know, after we conclude this little side mission of ours, we will go back to the main mission and play through that. Okay, where is hostage number 3 and hostage number 4? This guy seems to be all alone out here. Okay, beautiful. I see one enemy? Really, just one? Okay, there's actually 3 of them.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Хаана? Ойлголоо. Энэ үхчихээ. Асаг алуурсан ойр байна. Оцгой.
Ямар нэг юм харав уу?
Малга. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Хаана? Моцэ тэр биш вэ?
Okay, so far we haven't been discovered, so that's a good thing. Still have 3 guys left to take down.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа.
Харж гин. Тэр тэнд бага юу?
Энд харагдахгүй л байна.
Never mind, there's like 4 or 5 of them.
Ямар нэг юм харав уу? Тэнд
I got a little bit greedy there, chat.
Сэрэнстэй бай.
Дараа мултарч чадахгүй.
Little tiny bit greedy. One, two, three, four, maybe five? 4 or 5 of them, I see. Okay, I definitely see 4 of them right now. I'm gonna wait until they kind of relax and go in different directions there. There we go.
내기좀 할신다. 야 선배. 하샤 얌초. 빌로 노.
Surprisingly, this guy did not notice at all. Nicely done. Alright. You are free to go, my good sir.
待たせてしまったな。
ありがとうございます。助かった。
もう安全だ。
No worries, buddy. You're very welcome. Okay, now where the heck is the last hostage, chat? We have one more that we need to look for. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's over there. I thought I cleared out this area over here, but maybe I missed, like, a building or something. I don't see any enemies. Could be up there, maybe?
Снаас балсан энэ.
Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Do I try to sneak behind this guy? Wait. We've got someone who walked closer. Gotta be very, very cautious here.
Тайван бай.
Nicely done. Okay, now I think I might be able to sneak behind this guy and get rid of him. Absolutely lovely work.
Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Хаана? Тэд энэс мултарч чадахгүй. Энд тэр самурай бололтой. Алнаа тэрнийг. Тэр тэнд байгаа юу? Юм алгаа. Уцаад ирж мэдэн. Сэрэмжтэй бай. Ахиад учруул. Өгтөл болгоно. Шээс алдаж байгаа биз. Би тэрнийг айлгацлаа.
Okay, there's at least 3 of them remaining, if not more. One there, 2 there.
Samurai, чи тэнд байна уу? Сайн харцгаагаарай. Бэлэн байгаарай.
This is gonna be tricky, chat. Yeah, this is gonna be tricky.
Надаа энэ дайсан хамаагүй. сүржигнээд байх юм. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Хаана? Энэ үхчихээ алсаг алуурсан ойр байна. Оцгой. Ямар нэг юм харгуу. Энд харагдахгүй л байна. Буцъя. Ямар тааш бэлэн байгаараа. Дараа мултарч чадахгүй. Тэр зүгтаагүй байсан бор. Би тэрнийг айлгацлаа. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Хаана?
Okay. Not too shabby.
Энэ тэр самурай бололтой. Алдаа тэрнийг. Тэр тэнд байгаа юу? Юм алгаа. Буцаад ирж мэдэн. Сэрэмжтэй бай. Ахиад учруул үхтэл болгоно.
Ideally, I want them to get into a position where I can chain assassinate them, but I could resort to arrows if need be. That was very clean, chat. Very, very clean.
逃がしてやる。
Easy money. That's how we like to do it.
ありがとうございます。
さあ、早く逃げよ
う。Alright. 襲った同石者がいるらしい。
Farmstead has been liberated, chat. Takeshiki Farmstead. I wonder if it's actually pronounced as Takeshiki? That might be it. Because sometimes, you know, in Japanese, they have the, you know, part of the word spelled out as shiki, but when they pronounce it, they kind of say it very quickly, very fast. So it might be Takeshiki rather than Takeshiki, but I'm not fluent in Japanese, so I can't really tell for certain. Alright. Very, very pog. So we now have this farmstead area. That's dope. And I think now we are ready to move on to the main story quest. So let's see here. Fast travel. Alright, here we go, chat.
僕は己の腕。おお、酒井、よくやったな。お前の働きで城を奪えるだけの兵が集まった。
後ほどユナにお会いください。
褒美の支度は済ませてある。本土からの遠兵が次期島に着く。だがその前に早馬が届いてな。
A new problem.
石膏がハーンの下地を手に入れた。 龍蔵に当てたものだ。菅笠衆が我が陣に攻め入るようだ。
龍蔵は今どこに？
この近く、高野山。お前が行かずともよいのだぞ。
かつての友です。私が切らねば。
では任せよう。こちらは戦支度を済ませておく。
Interesting. A reckoning in blood. Ooh, okay, okay. Very fancy.
ユナも来るやもしれぬな。
Yeah, so something I found quite intriguing is
いろんなもんだよ。家事の道具は本土で買おう。
You know, one of the interesting things I noticed about the dialogue there is, you know, Jean mentioned that, you know, Ryuzo is his friend, and he said, Tomo desu, which is kind of like a short version of saying he was my friend. In Japanese, the word for friend is tomodachi, so I think that maybe he shortened it, perhaps as like, you know, a form of, you know, casual sort of slang Japanese. Either that or it's maybe like a dialect thing, you know, where in certain regions of Japan, maybe they say, you know, tomo rather than tomodachi. But yeah, tomodachi is very likely the kind of like, you know, polite, formal way to say my friend.
行くのか？
志村様のおかげさ。明日の夜明けには船を出せる。
今一度力を借りたい。龍蔵が高野山砦に潜んでおる。
無理だ。悪く思わないで。こればっかりは頼みを聞けない。腹を空かせたまま必死に金を集めてきたのは本土で生き直すためなんだ。棒には触れない。
急に立たずとも龍蔵を撃ってから出立すればよかろ
う。これはあんたの戦だろう。巻き込むな。私はタカと新しい地で生きていかなくちゃ。
ならば止めまい。面倒をかけたな。礼を言う。安らげるよう願う。
あんたも。
酒井様。
ユナの言うことを聞き励むのだぞ。
はい、ではお達者で。
夜影に紛れて一人で撃つさ。
You know, honestly, mad respect. I think that Yuna and Taka are doing the right thing.
本当に人だったのか。
ああ、どこから見ても生きてる人だった。
待っていろ、龍蔵。
Alright, where is this fort? Up north, huh? Okay, okay. Alright. I definitely do need good old Kage. Is there another, like, entrance or exit to the camp? There we go. Okay. So I need to go to the left over here. Alright, we're headed the right way. Oh. Cutscene time.
砦を探るか。いや。
Alright. Let's see what we have to work with.
もうこめ、我が物顔でのさばっておれ。
酒井様、お待ちを。
見つかるぞ。
お一人では無謀です。姉さんが行かないなら、せめて俺が。
これは戦なのだぞ。
共に立ち上がり、島を守ろうと誓ったではありませんか。でしょ、クロード様。
もうことは戦わせぬぞ。もし何かあれば。
ならば敵の目を引きます。幾人か釣れれば戦いやすいでしょ
う。わかった。ただし追われたら直ちに本陣に逃げ込め。
決してしくじりません。
I swear, Chad,
そろそろ行くぞ。
if they kill Taka, I'm gonna be very, very, very annoyed.
こっちだ。ついてこい、汚い野良犬ども。志村様に所在を告げてやる。お侍が押し寄せてくるぞ。みんな一網打尽にされてしまえ。
タカ、よくやった。無事に陣まで戻れ。龍蔵はおらぬ。おそらく門の向こうか。腕試しと行くぞ。
Korrekshik namkom yum. Show!
Nicely done. Okay, okay. Ooh, 3 in a row. Let's fucking go. God damn, Bowman. Get over here. Yeah, take him out. You bitches. Alright, come on. Ow, that hurt. I need to get away from that area. Too many of the guys grouped up close together. Poor guy? Ow, you piece of garbage. These brutes are really annoying. Boy, get over here. No bowman. What? I swear I blocked that. Hello? Alright, let me see here. I have kunai, okay. Nicely done. Okay. More brutes, right? 3 of them total. He's dead. There we go. Hey, can you swap stances, for fuck's sake? There we go. Okay, I think I took all of them down. What's going on, Disher? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Is there anything that I can collect? Alright, main gate time.
竜蔵、待ってたんだぜ。なぜ来たかわかるな。ああ、居所はあえて漏らしたからな。ハーンと会ってくれ。聞く耳は持たん。よくも裏切ったな。島を守りたくないのか。切り合う意味なんてないんだぞ。いや、竜蔵、意味はある。
Wow. Absolutely just a cowardly attack right there.
酒井様、酒井様、目を開けてください。
タカ、なぜだ。
あまりに遅いので何かあったかと思い助けに来たんですが見つかって。
まずい。
They're gonna kill Taka.
ここで死ぬんでしょうか。
Oh boy.
縄をほどけ。少しでも緩まれば。
They're gonna kill him.
タカ、耐えるのだ。
喉が渇いたろう。馬乳酒、馬の父の酒だ。我が相場のな。昨日足を折ったゆえ兵に食わせてやった。情けより実を取る。我らは似ていると思わんか。
俺は武士だ。
いや、一介の武士ではなかろう。クロウドだ。下るよう民を説き伏せろ。さすれば兵を引く。
己に従う気はない。
Yeah, they're gonna kill
そ
Taka,
の
aren't
言
they?
葉、志村からも来た。戦が終わるというのに。
もうこの区別にはならぬ。
誉れ高き一族の中で日陰の身となる辛さよくわかる。英雄となるべき我らがその機会すら得られる。
クロードは英雄だ。
聞いたか。民は己に従う。なぜ救ってやらんのだ。
どう周知をさせる気か。竜蔵のように。だが無駄だ。
さすがはクロウド。こやつの身は案じておらぬか。殺せ。逃がしてやる。
They're gonna kill Taka. Because Taka is gonna try to be a good guy. Oh boy. Don't do it, Taka. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it, chat. Oh boy, Yuna is gonna be incredibly pissed off at us. Yo, what's going on, Sixtus? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Man. Yeah, we are royally fucked, chat.
タチはどこだ?
Absolutely royally fucked. Where's my stuff at? Not there. Ugh. Nope. Do that again, chat. I can't see a damn thing. I legit could not see a fucking thing in that darkness. Nope. God damn it, it's so annoying. I wonder if we can, like, move to a different location to do the standoff. Okay, this is maybe slightly better. There we go, chat. We got him.
鷹の仇だ。裏切り者ども。
Man, it's really annoying to fight in such like darkness over here.
さあかかってこい。
It's really fucking annoying.
死をもって償え。裏切り者ども。鷹の仇だ。許さんぞ。
Man, that's really annoying. Yeah, that's really annoying.
さあ来い。
逃がしはせんぞ。
許さんぞ。
Come the fuck on, I can't see a damn thing, man.
勝負しろ。裏切り者ども。休ませるな。
God damn it, man. This is why I don't like being over there.
尋常に勝負。
見つけたぞ。お前らかかれ。死んでもらうぞ。
許さんぞ。
There we go, chat.
裏切り者ども。 叩くな。死をもって償え。あいつか。
隠れるんだ。諦めろ。俺たちにかなうものか。
Okay. There we go.
裏切り者。
Okay. Grabbing all the things that I can grab.
Jin.
Oh, we're so fucked.
さっきハンと竜蔵を見かけた。タカはどこ？いるんだろう。
Oh,
あ
we're
んた
so
を追うっ
fucked.
て文があったんだ。どこなの？なんで？嘘だ！タカ！
ユナ、待て！
Oh, no.
なんで行っちまったのさ。私に黙って。
Oh, no.
お主に追いつこうとしたのだ。
クロードに憧れてたからだ。どうしてついて行かせた？
戻るよう言ったが、どうしてもと聞かせ。
この子らしい。
行くぞ。
ここには置いてけない。
切り殺してやれ。
死ねクズども！
死ね！
You motherfucking dog. Bye bye. What the fuck, man? No way that hit. How is that actually reaching me? What the fuck? Alright, we survived. Somehow.
菅笠衆は終わりだ。あとは龍蔵。
殺してやる。はあ、もう。
今は次に備えよう。
鷹を埋めなくちゃ。
手伝おう。鷹を巻き込む気はなかった。すまぬ。
いい暮らしをさせてやるって誓ったのに。悪いのは私。
kind of is.
じゃない。
違う。範囲や龍蔵、島を奪った猛虎のせいだ。生かしてはおけぬ。鷹の敵を討つぞ。
島を出る理由はもうない。行くあてもやることも。だから残る。戦うよ。
まずは本陣に戻りしばし休め。後で会おう。
鷹の最後どうだった？
もののふであったぞ。
Oh, man. You know what's really funny, chat? Think about this. If Jin had not gone to Yuna and Taka and said, hey, come help me, you know, hunt down Ryuzo, if he basically just left them there at the camp to do their own thing, they would have stayed there and they would have just, you know, gotten on the boat to go to the mainland. Like, they would have survived. So, in a sense, it is more or less Jin's fault that Taka's dead. More or less. Okay, let's see here. Going back to the camp seems to be the next move on our list. Alright, alright. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Let's see here. Fast travel.
武士がおるぞ。何奴だ。酒井と申す。本土の武士とお見受けする。
いかにも小笠貞宗と申す。本土の御家人です。
よくぞ対馬まで。
下級の時ゆえに下文が届くとすぐに我らは出立を命じられました。志村殿から話は聞きましたぞ。この戦に加わり藩を討ち猛虎に奪われた城を取り返せばよいのですな。
さようです。恐れながら人に会わねばなりません。
南の門でお待ちしましょう。その後志村殿のところへ。
Alright, nice. I didn't even realize it, chat, but we are currently in 3 minutes of ads, and you know what that means. That means we pause the game, we don't do any gameplay, and we take a break to exercise. Oh boy. Yeah, but as Six just mentioned, right, or Henry, I suppose is another name to call them by, this game is really, really good. And I think that everyone out there should give it a chance, for sure. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. 5 on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. Staying in shape, chat. Exercising properly. Oh boy. And let's make sure that we don't mess up our muscles or bones or anything like that. I think my left arm is feeling a little tiny bit sore, so I gotta be very careful with it. Just call you Six? I know you from T-Soul server. That is true. That is very true. We are acquainted. But sometimes I don't know. I get in this habit of as a streamer. I look at people's username and I look at the full thing, and it's just like by default I normally call people by like the full username or by like the full word, you know. But yeah, Six, I hope you're doing well out there. I've actually never heard of that. Well, I would hope it's an English word, but it might be like, I don't know, it might be European or Southeast Asian or something. It's like calling you by your government name. I like that comparison. It's funny, you know, especially since Styx is kind of like what you go by as your online persona, right? But yeah, man, this game, Ghost of Tsushima, is really, really, really good. I do have some criticisms of it so far, but you know, the criticisms are not that big of a deal to make me, you know, say anything negative or to dislike the game at all. But yeah. For those of you that are unaware of the background context, T-Soul is a more or less, I would say he's a YouTube content creator, and he makes a lot of videos about like Honkai Star Rail, Genshin, and other similar gacha games. I discovered T-Soul's content a long time ago, and he makes some some very helpful guides and whatnot. And so me and Six are a part of the server. That's how we met each other virtually, right? But yeah. It's a French origin name. Interesting. Oh, from Overlord. I don't think I remember that name from Overlord. Now, granted, I've only seen like the first 2, maybe 3 seasons of Overlord. And like honestly, I watched that anime and I was not fully paying attention to it. I was like kind of half watching it, sort of second monitor content. It's not bad, but I don't know. It's one of those anime to me where like I watch it and I'm like, cool, this is entertaining. But then after I finish watching it, I'm like, all right, what other anime is there out there? And I just kind of move on and don't really think about the anime too hard. Characters like a minor character extra in the anime. Okay. I see. Yeah. I think the only big thing that I remember about Overlord is just that Albedo is everyone's favorite waifu in that story. And the funny thing is, like, sometimes I chat with people who are normal, so to speak, who don't play, the same games that I play and don't, they aren't as cultured when it comes to anime. And I'll hear people talk about the name Albedo, and I think it's been ruined for me because nowadays every time I hear Albedo, I think of the Genshin character first, and I never think of Overlord. But then everyone else who mentions Albedo, they're obviously talking about Overlord. Yeah, Albedo and Genshin, he's kind of lost relevance, I think. Plus, there's more people who enjoy Overlord the anime compared to more people who play Genshin in comparison. But yeah. How much of this game have you completed? 6. Check out those wheels. Where are you, Kenji? Where are you like hanging around? Is this you? What's up, Kenji?
よく働いておるな。誰も怠けてないか。足がしっかり見張ってるんですよ。道中で壊れでもしたらお城の門を壊せなくて大変じゃないですか。アザモ浦の時にも使えたらよかったな。あっしの荷車がお気に召さなかったなんて。酒の匂いで酔いかけた。タカのことをユナから聞きました。あっしなんかよりずっと度胸がある。タカが聞いたらきっと照れるぞ。ならあっしも精を出さなきゃね。
Man. Alright, who is it that I need to chat with? Is it Yuna? I think it might be Yuna. Where is she?
本当に人だったのか。ああ、どこから見ても生きてる人だった。俺なんかじゃない。
嘘だね。ただの人が
She in this building? Surely she's not. Yuna? Anyone? Hodgechamp? No, don't see anyone. Alright. Completed, never completed it. Stopped at the beginning when you rescued Taka the first time around, then you forgot about it. Yeah. It's really interesting, I spoke with how many other people? Mainly I would say 2 people come to mind that I spoke with, right? And these 2 people, so one of them is an IRL friend that is a fellow small streamer, right? Oh, it's Norio. What's up, dude?
ノリオ、新参の稽古中か。
稽古ではなく、
心の整え方を教えていました。武士も槍川の戦士も戦の前に心を鎮めた方がいいかと思いまして、そうすれば世の無常も死への恐れも受け入れられるはずです。
なるほどな。
Wise
加わっ
words.
てもよいか。
ええ、喜んで。
Alright, time to meditate, chat.
助かったぞ。
御仏のご加護がありますように。
Alright.
金田の木を奪い返すなんて
手に入りにくいものが揃ってますよ。
でも実際に
Merchant.
奪い返した。
証拠はあるのか。
俺の友人が見た。
酒井様がお
お手伝いできることは？
Interesting. So as I was saying, I got distracted there. I spoke with like 2 different people, right? And one of them is an IRL friend of mine. Very, very cool, chill dude. He played a little bit of Ghost of Tsushima, but he eventually stopped. And I think the reason why is because, you know, he is primarily someone who enjoys FPS games, right? First-person shooters. That's kind of his area of expertise, right? His preference. And I'm guessing that what happened is he probably realized, you know, how long of a game this is, right? There's a lot of content to do, and he kind of just decided to go back to what he was comfortable with, what he was familiar with first-person shooters. And then the second person that I spoke with, it was quite fascinating. They mentioned to me that like the way that they enjoy games, they are mainly a person that enjoys kind of like PvP type games, right? So like battle royales, you know, MMOs, right? That sort of a thing. And so they mentioned that like, you know, kind of story games, narrative driven games are not really their cup of tea. They prefer just like loading up a game and immediately jumping in and you know, partaking in action, partaking in fighting, combat, any sort of PvP type vibe, you know, which is very, very, very much so the opposite of me. I'm essentially the complete reverse of that, where I absolutely love story-driven games, and I'm not really a big fan of battle royales or PvP focused games at all. So yeah. But I think like the interesting thing is that basically everyone that I've spoken to who has played this game, they absolutely love it. They think that it is like objectively a good quality experience. So yeah. Mostly because you played the pirated version, then you uninstalled it, and then you finally bought it on Steam. Ah, I see. Yeah. You know, I did not purchase this game when it first came out. I never buy things for full price. So I waited, and eventually there was a sale on this game, and I managed to purchase it for, I think it was like 35 US dollars. Normally the price in USD is like 60 USD or maybe even a little bit above that. So I got it for a little bit above 50% off. It was like, yeah, maybe yeah, I think it was like maybe 40% off or 45% off I got it for. Paid 35 bucks for it, and honestly I don't regret it. I think it's definitely worth it. And I'm really excited to, you know, go through this game, experience the entirety of it, so that eventually, whenever Ghost of Yote eventually releases on PC, I can dive into that adventure, because I've heard I've heard that Ghost of Yote is incredible, and a lot of people enjoy it. So yeah. You bought it when it was around 15% off? Yeah. I mean, sometimes games are just, like, really that good, and you can't really pass up, you know, the opportunity to buy it. I remember, whenever I bought... I'm trying to think. So, I think I bought, which game was it? Maybe it was... I think it was maybe Elden Ring. I bought that one whenever it was like $40. So that would have been like maybe 20% off or 30% off. Um, yeah, and then I think I bought the DLC at full price for Elden Ring. There's been a couple of games that I've spent more money on, but the games that I spend more money on, I already know beforehand, like long before I make that decision. I know that the value is going to be there. I know it's going to be worth the money. Um, yeah, I don't ever like rush to buy games close to when they release or immediately when they release. Um, because I want to wait and see like what people say about the games first. Uh, whether it's rated decently or whether it's given poor reviews. That is something that I do pay attention to. Because I don't really want to, one, waste my money, and two, waste my time. But yeah. There's a couple games where I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'll buy it. I'll invest the money. Even if it is a little bit above my normal budget. But yeah. This game I think is good. If you pay like, I would say $40 or cheaper, obviously converting into whatever local currency that you use, then yeah, like it's a good investment, I would say. But yeah. All right, let's see here. I can speak to Lady Masako, but I don't know where Yuna
百
is.
姓たちを苦しめてはおりませんか。
さすが槍川。この者らは見た目よりもずっと頑丈だ。頑固でもあるがな。
あなたには及ぶまい。
当然だろう。少し前なら私の言葉に耳を貸すこともなかったろうに。こうして力を貸すようになったのはお主の働きのおかげだ。
答えねばなりませんね。
私も励まねば。
Hell yeah. All right. Where in the heckety heck is Yuna? I don't know where she... It's so dark that I can't even see anything.
酒井、戻ったか。
What's up, Ishikawa? Is that you? There he is.
先生、本土の武士に会われたのですね。
いずれも武勇に優れた精鋭だが、弓の技を磨いても損はなかろう。
百姓たちは
申し分ない。腕はないが肝が据わっておる。
先生がお褒めになるとは。
槍川はかつて島の支えであったからな。もう子供を船に追いやることができるぞ。一月稽古ができればな。
半時はあります。
ならばわしの邪魔をするのはよせ。
Hey, you're the one that said hello to me. Don't look at me. Don't blame me.
猛虎は刀鍛冶をさらって武具を作らせてるって聞いたぞ。
奴らの目に働くなら死んだ方がマシだ。
よく言えたもんだ。
お前なら同胞を殺す武具を作るのか。
家族を守るためなら何でもする覚悟だ。
もう酒が一滴も見つからねえや。
Hmm.
かと思えばアキュードが猛虎に
I already
先
went
を
over
さばいて
here.
るらしい。本当だと思うか。
猛虎の大将を殺せるのはともかく、さすがに空から飛んできたって話は嘘だ。
猛虎は何頭の馬を船に乗せてきたんだ
Nope,
ろう。
not these guys.
数百だろう。餌をやって世話するのも大変だったろうに。
Maybe up here? There might be something? Nope, there's a lookout here. But I don't see Yuna. Hmm.
何かあったのか。
別にどうした。
何かがいつもと違う気がする。
I mean, I already went inside here and I didn't see anything.
やっぱり気づかれたか。こんなに気分がいいのは久しぶりだ。
Surely there's no, like, upstairs ladder that I'm missing because it's so dark. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know, chat.
し藩の捕虜にされれば俺はためらうことが志村様の城が奪われたことがあったか？
ないな。地頭様が槍川家と戦った時でさえ。
力を落としてらっしゃるだろうな。異国の連中に自分の城を盗まれるなんて。
安則はあまり飢えてないよな。なんでだろう。
あいつは人でなしのクズ野郎だからだよ。飯を食うためなら盗みも殺しも厭わないんだ。
奴らの望みは和平だと？
何かご入り用でしょうか？
猛虎の奴ら石碑には傷一つつけてないんだな。
足立様の石碑を壊そうと思う不届き者がいるもんか。
対馬にはいないだろうけど、猛虎は誰か知らないだろう。
対馬の外でも知られてる。
There we go, chat. We found her.
いよいよだな。援軍もおる。備えは万端と言えよう。少しは休めたか？
眠れやしない。
タカにはすまないことをした。
クロードのこと、あの子も槍川も信じてる。立ち上がってくれたのはあんただけだったから。クロードのためならみんな死んでもいいって。
俺も対馬の民のため死ぬ覚悟だ。分かっておろう。
覚悟だけならいいけどね。
しばし外すぞ。小賀殿に会わねば。
戦場で待ってるよ。
Okay, okay. Now, where the heck is the door that I came in from? Nope. Not over here. There we go. Alright, so where is this samurai guy that I'm supposed to speak to? No, he's not over
菰田の浜
here.
で猛虎がお侍に勝てたのは数で上回ってたからだ。
There he is. Found him.
酒井殿。
小賀殿、叔父上の所在は？
丘の上でお待ちだ。道中、小賀家のものでお守りして信ぜよ。
痛み入ります。
Alright. You are about to start a long tale. Are you sure you want to proceed? Alright, let's do it, chat.
藩を待たせる気はありません。
さようか。
There you are, buddy.
お働き伺いましたぞ。志村殿をお救いし、さらに無礼な槍川までまとめ上げたとか。
戦は不慣れですが、信用に足る者たちです。
その言葉を信じましょう。時に民から二つ名で呼ばれているそうですな。クロードと。
武士が全て討たれ、信じる者を欲したのでしょう。
だが我らが来た。今こそそうしたまやかしは捨て去り、本来の掟に従うべき時が来たのでは。
今は対馬とこの島に住まう民を救う時。藩を討つまではお待ちください。
いかにも心得た。
It's a good point. Get the politics out of here.
志村殿、おいご殿がお着きです。
陣、上におる。志村殿が捕まった時からであろうな。
Is he at the very top of this watchtower? Alright, let's climb, baby.
良い働きであったな。これだけの兵が集えば城を取り戻せる。
ですが竜蔵は逃がし、ハーンには捕らえられて寝返るよう迫られました。
ハーンと話したのか？
捕まった折に。
知っておれば兵を率いて助けに向かった者を。
ユナに救われました。しかれどもその弟が犠牲に。
そやつの痛みもそなたが耐えた苦しみもハーンに償わせてくれよ。ジン、そなたに志村家を譲る上申が認められた。対馬を守った暁にはそなたはわしの跡継ぎとなる。クロードではなく武士として。
ありがたく存じます、叔父上。
今日は叔父と甥として戦に赴くが、明日は共に勝利を祝おう、父と子として。
Alright, cutscene time.
侍は何よりも誉れを重んじる。それゆえ奴らは愚直で測りやすく組みしやすい。だがクロードは底知れぬ。ゆえに手強く恐ろしい。
利は我らにある。対馬の命運をこの戦で決しよう。
ハーンを討ち取りましょう、共に。
そして鎌倉に吉報を届けるぞ。対馬の勇士たちよ、これよりコトゥンハーンを討ち取り、我が城を取り戻し、もう子供を対馬から打ち払う。
志村殿に続け。
進め。
Alright, let's go, chat.
皆殺しだ。
つけつけだ。戦え。
息子らの敵。
Nicely done. Nicely done. Easy, easy. Nicely done.
遠兵が来るぞ。一よ一冊。
Nicely done. Nicely done.
この者方、門まで押し通れ。
多少追を前に通せ。
Oh shit, we got a battering ram. Let's fucking go.
モノノフの気概見せつけてやれ。
周兵丘の上へ進め。
道を開け。
Nicely done. Nice. Why is this guy like out of my range? Why was I not doing a damn thing to him?
Sakai様、片付けてください。抜けるなよ、ノリオ。
我が一族の仇。
Nicely done.
酒井様、ご助力を。ありがとうございます。
者ども、門をこじ開けろ。
Nicely done.
聞くな、囲まれてしまうぞ。
なだ切りにしろ。
Oi, get over here. Okay. Ow. Beautiful.
もう耐えられそうにありません。
Audio has fallen? Oh shit. Okay. I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
これ以上は無理です。
There we go.
"消えろ、犬どもめ！この門は決して開けんぞ!"
引け、増票ども。
ジン、何をしておる？
道を開けと。
かような手を使えと命じたか。誉れある武士であることを忘れるな。これでは鬼だ。
あやつらは猛虎です。
我らの武具は恐怖ではないぞ。
あの櫓、このままでは進めない。
酒井、お前が策を練れ。あの兵器を壊すのだ。武士らしく。 わしはここにとどまり矢面に立つ。
私も行くよ。
離れるな。
おのおのとどまれ。行け酒井。ヒヤリを奪え。
どうしよう。どうしよう。
Ow. Can you aim at the right fucking enemy, please and thank you?
Теперь печатно.
Набори! ヒヤリを奪った。進め。
猛虎を狙え。一掃しろ。
新手が。
皆殺しだ。
弓取りだ。隠れろ。
新手が橋の方に向かってる。
承知した。
これ以上できることはないね。
では皆のもとへ。
Alright. Down we go,
恐
chat.
怖を味方にしたから敵を倒せた。志村様は間違ってる。
考え方を改めねば死者は増える一方だ。
この戦ができたのもあんたが動いたからだ。志村様じゃないよ。
始まったばかりだがな。
酒井様、やりましたね。
猛虎勢を押しておるぞ。
Nicely done.
遠兵が来るぞ。後ろを取られるな。
猛虎にかける情けはないぞ。
Okay. Nicely done.
Atacaklar.
道は開けた。押し進め。
陣を組め。
Alright, here we go, chat.
行け。橋まで進むぞ。おのおの橋へ進め。
対馬を守れ。対馬を守るぞ。
一人も残すな。
Nicely done.
奪い次にその先の主角へ進む。
Doing good so far, chat.
者ども門をこじ開けろ。来い酒井、上から矢を降らせるぞ。
ユナ、助太刀を頼む。
任せときな。
Alright, here we go, chat.
ジン、橋を見ろ。敵が引いておる。
ハーンが敗走を許すなど何か妙です。
酒井、矢を放て。
奴ら火薬を運んでる。
馬を追い殺せ。放て。
Oof. Yikes.
なんということだ。
どうして行かせた？あれじゃ NG だ。
戦場で死ぬは誉れよ。精鋭を集める。橋を修繕して夜明けに仕掛ける。
いえ、兵が足りません。だから言ったのだ。
黙れ。
他の手立てがあります。
二人で話すぞ。ついてまいれ。
The Fate of Tsushima. I'm assuming that was only like part 1.
Mokoは守りに入った。一息に攻めれば明日にも戦は終わろ
う。大勢が死にました。
それが戦だ。
守らねばならぬ命です。私があの橋を渡り毒で殺します。
愚かな策だ。
民を救うための策なのです。
民を恐れさせるだけだ。その道を歩み続ければお前も獣になるぞ。誉れある戦いを忘れるな。
誉れは浜で死にました。ハーンの首を取るために。
怒りに任せよって。
民を守るため全てを捨てたのです。果たして叔父上は何をなされた。
Oof.
ジン、
もう結構です。
Big oof. You know, I think that this is a Japanese culture thing. Maybe like overall Southeast Asia thing. But you know, there's a couple of things to note, to observe there. So number one, I do agree with Jin. I think that, you know, the Mongols do not deserve to be treated with like honor, right? As a samurai, you know, this idea of like, oh, we will face the Mongols, you know, head on and challenge them to an honorable duel as a samurai, right? That idea is really dumb, and I think it's very, very naive of Lord Shimura to think that that is the best way to deal with the Mongols, right? So I agree with Jin that there are better methods of attacking the enemy. With that being said, right, the entire scene that happened there, it was essentially kind of Jin, you know, speaking back to, you know, kind of, yeah, talking back to an elder, right, who is kind of like a sort of father figure for him, right? And when you look at, you know, Japanese culture, Southeast Asian culture, it's very, very, very common for the culture to kind of place an emphasis on treating your elders with respect and, you know, always listening to what your elders say, right? So, you know, if you were to speak to any Southeast Asian, I think that they would tell you that there is no way in hell they would ever, kind of speak disrespectfully to their father or to their grandfather or their uncle or whatever, right? Um, yeah, it's that defiance is not acceptable in Asian culture. And so, you can understand why Lord Shimura basically slapped the shit out of Jin just now. What I would have done probably, my personal, approach would be just don't speak to Lord Shimura about whatever your plan is to, poison the enemy or whatnot, and just go and do it, right? This is one of those situations where I think rather than trying to get into an argument or a fight with your uncle, you might as well just, do the deed first, kill the enemies first, then ask for forgiveness later. Um, yeah, because I don't think that there would have been any other better, outcome that could have happened from Jin speaking to his uncle. His uncle is just set in the outdated ancient ways of the samurai, and he just does not want to change and does not want to evolve his way of thinking. And so yeah, you get confrontations like that, which is quite rough. I can understand both sides. I can see where Lord Shimura is coming from. I can see why he wants to be, the person that is like the bigger man, so to speak, against the Mongols. But honestly, like, this is war, right? And the Mongols are not. I don't think that they are an enemy that you should feel obligated to pay respect to, right? Even if you are a samurai, or even if you are some kind of very honorable, very respected warrior in Japan, right? That doesn't mean that you should give the Mongols any sort of advantage to be on like a level playing field as you, right? In war, everything is very dangerous and risky. You can't give any even like a minuscule amount of advantage to the enemy. Otherwise, you get fucked over. So, yeah. Good luck being honorable in battle when you're dead and defeated by the Mongols. Exactly. Yeah. That's the type of strategy that I guess Lord Shimura has, where he's like, okay, we're going to, repair the bridge and then attack at a specific time when the Mongols are probably going to be very defensive and very ready, right? Um, Definitely a common Asian thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. I remember I went on a trip a little while ago. I went for 3 weeks to Malaysia, and I basically stayed in various different parts of Kuala Lumpur, and I was there with my father, and I got to meet my grandfather, right? Got to meet my grandmother. It was very funny, there was there was a little bit of a situation, a little bit of an incident where one day, it was me, my father, and my grandfather. We went out to a nearby store to buy some, I think it was like some fish and some, I don't know, some vegetables, probably to eat for dinner time. And I won't really like go into the nitty-gritty details. All I will say is that my grandfather, he did something, and my father, being someone who is very um my father is someone who's very like emotionally driven. He's very impulsive, right? Like if something happens, he will react to it immediately without stopping and thinking. And so my father noticed whatever it was that my grandfather did, and he got angry. He got pissed off. So he ended up starting an argument with my grandfather. And I, like, of course, it goes without saying that I do not side with my father. I think that my grandfather did not do anything severely wrong. But yeah, it was interesting because, like, you know, after the argument was over with and my father was talking to me, he said, uh, that looking back at that argument, he should not have raised his voice against my grandfather, and that he should have been more respectful. But my father has always had a problem where he gets very, worked up, arguing and fighting with my grandfather. And yeah, my father always talks about how if he were a better person, he would kind of listen to my grandfather better and not get into fights with him. But yeah, it's definitely a Southeast Asian culture thing for sure. I've witnessed it a bunch, both in my family and with other people's families. Yeah. All right, where's Yuna at? And also, what do I have? Just the armor? Nah, I don't need any upgrades from there. Where did Yuna go?
酒井様
50 meters. Oh, what's up, Kenji?
ケンジ、何をしておる？
怪我人のお世話です。でも強い酒を飲ませることしかできなくて、腕を失った人をどうやって慰めたらいいんでしょう。
知りたいな。
タカならうまく慰められるのに。生きてて欲しかった。
そうだな。お前も休め。
もしハンの捕虜にされれば。
そうします。
Alright, where is Yuna at?
皆が悲しんでいます。酒井様。
ノリオ、お前の身案じておった。
無事でした。私は九死に一生を得ましたが、多くの犠牲が出ましたね。
城を奪い返した後に、丁重に弔ってやろう。
勝機はあるのでしょうか。
勝機は必ずある。望みを捨てるでないぞ。
もちろんです。
Alright.
「志村様の芸事で橋が修繕されてる。
叔父上は策を貫くおつもりだ。犠牲が増えると承知の上で。
みんなあんたを頼って集まったんだ。分かってる？
半時でトリカブトを集められるか。
まあわずかなら。
人を頼り集められるだけ集めろ。
猛虎を毒で殺すつもり？
一人で城に忍び込み飲み物に毒を仕込む。ハーンの最後をこの目で見届けてやる。
志村様に知られるよ。
構わん。
タカから預かってるものがあるんだ。ずっと渡せなかったんだけど、でも用心のために。
無用だ。
もらってやってくれ。
From the darkness. Alright. Infiltration time, I suppose.
急いでトリカブトを集めた。足りそう。
これで何とかしよ
う。Ghost armor, a gift from Taka to enhance the tactics of the ghost, and a good friend's final creation. Ah, for fuck's sake, man. Ghost mask, inspired by the Sakai mask created for the ghost by a good friend. Ghost headband. The headband of Tsushima's legendary ghost.
櫓に行ければ敵陣の様子を探れる。毒を仕込む案も浮かぶはずだ。
Alright. Find a way to infiltrate and do not raise the alarm. That is a great objective. The big question is, how the hell do I make that happen? I have no idea where I am, chat. Am I supposed to be going down? Maybe I am, and then I go up here. Shit, I literally cannot tell where the grapple is. Nope. Yeah, I can't see, chat. I literally am, you know, walking around blindly. Fuck. Yeah, that is really tricky. Man. This is really, really, really annoying to do in the darkness. Come on. Going up, and jump. How am I not jumping high enough there? That's so weird. Oh, looks like we have ads, chat. Another 3 minutes of ads. Time flew by really fast. I mean, that probably happens when you keep on dying and you can't see shit in this game, but anyways. Ugh! Another exercise session. Let's do this. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Nicely done. Nicely done, chat. That was a good workout. And I'll drink some water as well. You said you think I need to jump down and grab the lower ledge. Really? I do know for a fact that, like, above me, there is a tree branch that I can, you know, grapple onto. But I think it's, like, slightly higher than I'm expecting whenever I jump. And so I'm not able to properly reach it as I should be able to. So, yeah, that is a little bit troublesome for me. But I'll figure it out. I'll slowly feel my way around the area since it's so freaking dark and I can't even see anything. I really wish that, like, in this game you could basically what's it called? I wish that you could have like a torch or some kind of light device that would allow you to, like, kind of walk around and have something that provides a source of visibility for your character. But unfortunately that doesn't exist. I can do it? I do hope so. It'll take me probably a couple of tries, since I am not really good at seeing things in pitch black darkness. My eyesight is already garbage with the fact that I have to wear glasses. But yeah, we'll do our best. We'll see. Let's see. We have 50 seconds left for ads. All right. 50 seconds, not bad. I'm a little worried. Should I test it? Maybe I should. Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. Let me see. How weird will it feel if I do this? That does feel a little bit weird. Yeah, that does feel weird. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna avoid doing that with this arm. I definitely don't want to, like, strain any muscles or anything. This arm feels fine. Yeah, like, this arm I can do it with. But this arm, there's something, whenever I lift the weight, there's like a bone or a muscle or something that does not feel like it should be moving. So I gotta be very, very careful with that. Yeah, I don't wanna strain anything, so. Oh boy, there we go. Alright, seems like ads are over. Exercise time is done then. Let's see here. So you said that there's like a ledge that's like down here? I legit cannot see any outline of a ledge at all. Wait, is that it? Oh shit. Okay, okay. Where am I right now? Okay, okay. Wait. Okay, I see a building. Please don't let me fall off of... Okay, okay. Wait. No! How do I get back up? How do I... Wait, there's a guy down there. What the hell? Since when is there an enemy there? I did not notice him. That was a big fall that I should not have taken. Where the fuck am I right now? I can't tell where I am. Yeah, we're gonna reset that. That's really annoying. Okay. Okay, I didn't get close enough before I jumped there. Yeah, I didn't get close enough. So we go up here, up, climb this, and then there's a guy right there. Thought I saw a ledge one time, but I don't know where that ledge went. Yeah, and I'm not getting any indicators. Maybe adjust graphic brightness in the settings to see better? I can try. Let me see here. No, graphics. Wait, why is motion blur turned on? What the hell? No, turn that shit off. Field of view. Shadow quality. Level of detail. Terrain detail. Fog. Depth of field. Could turn up the brightness. What does this look like if I do this? Oh shit. Oh, now I can see stuff, chat. What the hell? That was easy. Oh my lord, I can see so much better. Is this how it's always supposed to look like? Because like my brightness settings are at 100 and it was at 50 before. Maybe like 80 is more realistic. That might seem a little bit better because I think 100 was a little bit too bright, but I don't know. Okay, so we jump this, we do this. There we go. Then we jump up.
手早く物見を殺さねば櫓から敵陣を探りたい。
Let me in, you bozo. Okay, I gotta be very careful.
자.
Beautiful. Is there anyone above us? There are people above us. Okay. Okay, be very cautious with this guy. Seems to be the only one that's on this floor. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Nope, up the ladder.
Юу ч биш бололтой. Боллого.
I think I was seen, so they might, what's it called? I think he might alert the others, which is why I gotta be very careful. 50 is the default value. Sometimes the monitor can affect the brightness as well. Yeah. Beautiful. Give me that sweet, sweet loot. You tend to always adjust the game brightness whenever it's a bit too dark. Yeah, like, I mainly did not really mess around with it that much because I kind of thought to myself, oh, maybe this is how the game is meant to be experienced, right? It's meant to be, like, hyper-realistic. But honestly, I think that for the sake of my sanity, it's probably a lot better that I, you know, updated the brightness. Nope, wrong button.
надаа энэ дайсан хамаагүй сүрчигнээд байна.
Чи харгу.
Яасан бэ?
すべて倒した。毒を盛る手を見つけねばな。
Survey the Mongol defenses. Where are the Mongols at?
「あの道、守りが薄く潜める場所も多い。菅笠衆だ。龍蔵、やはりここにおったか。宴を開くようだ。もうこの酒に毒を漏れそうだ。死にきれぬ兵も出るだろうが、後で一人ずつ殺せばよい。守りは堅牢で火薬もある。迎え撃つ備えは万端ということか。気づかれずに酒のところへ行かねば庭を抜けた方が良いな。
Through the garden. All right, let's do it. Generally, games discourage you from adjusting brightness because it could affect immersion, but some games are just way too dark. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, how do I deal with these bozos? Hmm. Maybe I can go around this way? Maybe not. Maybe that's not a wise idea. Oh, I can't jump up there. Okay, okay. Nicely done. Alright. Sneaky sneaks time. Beautiful. Use slack lines stretched across rooftops to move across the battlefield. Ah. Honestly, that's smart. That's really smart, yeah.
надаа энэ дайсан хамаагүй сүрчигнээд байх юм.
Hmm. Beautiful.
Марчлаа. Энэ үүнийг эснийг олох ёстой. Тэр тань байна уу? Wat zat eerst met een seremstepa?
Ach, gaat u tjovel, uchtil bolok no.
Umhin unerted ben.
I wonder if they notice me kind of moving along the rope. Beautiful. Too many of them close by. Okay.
宴に潜り込み酒に毒を入れる。
Always pay attention to your surroundings, including behind you. What's up, Bozo? You don't see anything. It was just the wind, baby. Just the wind. Psych. It was not the wind. It was me. Ninja Assassin Master. No, don't assassinate him. Beautiful. Yeah, I think they would notice me. Okay, okay. I should be able to wait for that guy to walk back over here and take him out. And then that might clear the path for me. I'm really tempted to take out this guy, but I feel like I would automatically be spotted. Hmm. Okay, so I was thinking that I might be able to, like, squeeze through here. Does not seem like that is the case. Interesting. So I can't jump up there, it seems. Am I supposed to jump from the cot, maybe? That might be it. Make sure this guy doesn't see me.
Tengdwing! Vi har kubben! Samurai! Ur nukta chata kwe. Ардаж болохгүй шүү.
Okay. No one seemed to notice that. Never mind, one guy did.
Tengdwing! Vi har kubben! Ingesin hunnigen alach josta. Bigtir samurai holtno. Tertin bagayo yum alak. Javchihuch, gichte bolgamste. Dara motor sadakwe.
Tagwe Basenborg.
God damn, Chad. It's like there's an infinite number of them spawning.
Tengdwing, alak we wang. Binninek ban terig olnod tolhogan tasti. Udlo inke ulot baldasa. Tertara bidniken dulch chatakwe.
This is gonna be tough. Oh boy, I don't like this.
Sumter havas nistjerson. Sumoda, nikun pitin harvad went. Big Nick holos ak.
Yeah, I think they caught me, chat. I think they caught me. Interesting, okay.
Tengtwing! Arjin! Tengtwing! Arjin!
Inikisen hon or baino meteter.
사무라이 복잡되는 거 모르지. 사게 아르그나스 데르.
Okay.
Сангаж байна.
酒はあそこにある。あとは毒を入れるのみ。
Тэнд байна. Харахгүй байна. Энэ үхчихээ хараад ицсэн самурай боц таарлаа. Тэр тэнд байгаа юу?
Тэнд харахтаа гүйл байна.
Явцгач. Гэхдээ болгоомжтой.
Дараа мултулж чадахгүй.
Самурай, чи тэнд байна уу? Өшөө чамайг сонсож мэднэ.
This is a pretty dangerous situation. Not a big fan of it. Nope, you don't see me, buddy. I'm not here. Okay. Alright. We're gonna pretend they don't see us, chat.
待つとするか。
イネバスタットが
Easy peasy. Nicely done. Enter the main keep to confront the Khan. Bye bye. Alright, let's see what happens, chat. Surely this is not gonna be bad for us, right?
Jin!
Hello, Ryuzo.
ハーンはどこだ？北へ行った。クロードの首を取れと言い置いてな。ならば取りに来るがいい。
Hell yeah.
いや、お前が助かったのは俺がハーンに頼んだからなんだよ。奴はタカを殺した。俺の仲間も死んだ。もう味方はいない。お前しか。なあ、二人で猛虎を撃ってやろうぜ。
I think he's gonna betray
今
us,
さら
chat.
知れたことを言うな。俺がハーンについたのは探るためだったと広めろ。お前が言えばみんな黙れ。お前ほどの友はいなかった。下れ。そして報いを受けよ。それしか道はない。そりゃ無理だ。
Alright, here we go, chat. Battle number 2.
なぜくだらなかった？おじごの手で殺されたくない。今さら後には引けん。毒とはな、おじごの教えに背いたか。こうするほかないのだ。
Hey. Okay.
What? なぜ寝返った？
Nope, nope. I accidentally rolled that one. Alright, let's redo that, chat. From the top, from the top.
なぜくだらなかった。おじごの手で殺されたくない。
How did that hit me?
今更後には引けん。毒とはな、おじごの教えに背いたか。こうするほかないのだ。
Okay. That fucking running attack. Nope.
Ugh! なぜ寝返った。
Yeah. Yeah, that was rough. Okay.
お前が悪いんだぞ。
This is my fault, huh? Because I'm the one that betrayed, you know, the Japanese people,
な
right?
ぜくだらなかった。おじごの手で殺されたくない。
That's a nasty combo. Okay, okay.
ジン、許してくれ。なぜくだらなかった。おじごの手で殺されたくない。後には引けん。毒とはな、おじごの教えに背いたか。こうするほかないのだ。
What? What the? I was pressing the fucking carry button.
なぜ寝返った。
There we go. We got it, chat. We got it.
Jim. 頼む。さらばだ、竜蔵。
You know, I'm kind of shocked that Ryuzo did not use that opportunity just now to like stab us in the belly. What's up, Yuna? How's it going?
そうか。
城は取り返しました。藩は神谷方へ。すぐに立てば。
足に背いたな。
民を守るために下まで。
これが誉れある戦いと言えるか。
おかげで勝てたろ。
民を恐れさせ世を乱してか。
これは戦です。
それでは猛虎と同じではないか。誉れはどこにある。
誉れでは民を守れぬのです。
鎌倉に咎められることになる。だがまことお前の咎か。全てはあの下人めの企てであろう。
叔父上、
九郎殿の名を捨て、この諸行の咎はあの女に負わせよ。皆に伝えよ。お前の名は志村仁、将軍様の御家人である。わしの息子だと。
お断りいたす。俺は玄人だ。
では裁きを受けてもらう。
藩を追え。鷹のためだ。行け。
Embrace your new identity. Very nice. Honor and Ash. Okay, okay. Interesting title.
何用で参った。志村様から酒を届けるよう頼まれましてね。 皆さんへのご褒美だとか。
捕虜の番をしておるのだ。
ここから出られるわけないでしょう。ぐずぐずしてたらお仲間に飲み干されたりして。
そういえば島に着いてから水しか飲んでおらんな。
ならば酒がしみるでしょうね。
Okay, seems like this is our opportunity, chat.
ケンジ、何をしておる？
見ればわかるでしょう。逃げましょ
う。逃げれば民を束ねることはできなくなる。叔父上も失望される。
ここに残れば本土へ送られ裁きにかけられます。その下知が届いたんですよ。あっしらにはあなたしかいないんです。ユナにもあなたしか。
無事か？
あなたの太刀を持って雪の中ハーンを追っとります。クロードを待ってるんですよ。
お許しを、叔父上。政子殿、則夫、石川先生と近江村へ行け。俺とユナで道を開いておこ
う。ユナは金であなたを待つと言ってました。ご神木のそば。馬もお戻りを待ってますよ。門の近くに抜け穴があるそうです。そこから出られます。物見の気をそらしましょう。でもあなたが逃げたらあっしも逃げます。
よく来てくれたな。
美味しく飲んでいらっしゃいます？
酔ったせいか焼けたムクロの匂いがしなくなったな。クロード様とやらのおかげで島はムクロの山ではないか。誇りのない犬め。武士の名折れとはまさにこのことよ。
今宵四角の庭でお話をなさると聞いたぞ。
猛虎は言った？
そう願おう。
殺し方がむごくて人じゃないみたい。
クロード様では？
頼む、声を上げるな。
この先の柵に抜け穴があります。通り抜けられましょう。
助かった。
私らはあなた様の味方です。
Very, very pog.
対馬まで来たの物見ばかりとはな。猛虎を討ちにはいかぬのか。
志村殿は用心されておる。
あれは二度とごめんな。
城にいた猛虎にな。残党は北部で暴れ回ってるらしい。
戦は続くのか。
クロードのおかげでしばらく終わりそうもないな。
つわもの揃いのはずの対馬の国が一夜にして滅んでしまったから。
菰田の戦の後もよく働いていらっしゃるではないか。
幾度かの百姓武士の生き残りと恥知らずの恋を集めた。そのわずかな味方でここまでしのいできたのは認めよう。しかししのいだだけでなんと
影。
酒井殿が逃げたぞ。隅々まで探すのだ。逃がすな。
我らも探しましょうか。
いや、
Maybe the rooftops is best, chat. Nope.
見つかったか。
北へ逃げられる。お主ら馬に乗れ。残りの者は門を固めよ。
There we go. We figured it out, chat.
誇りなどとうに失ったよ。
Keep on moving like no one can see us. Alright, my boy. We're escaping.
どう 俺だ。
いたぞ馬上だ逃がすな
How dare you shoot Kage? Next time I come back, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna kill you.
金まで行かねばユナが待っておる。
No one shoots my horse without retaliation. They will suffer death, chat. I will make sure of it. Oh no. Kage, don't die on me, buddy. I believe in you. Oh no, chat. Not my boy. Act 3. Kill the Khan. Damn. Loyal friend's grave. That's so sad.
もうごめんユナ。焼け野原ではないか。ユナはご神木で待っておると聞いたが、武具はない。身を潜めて進もう。大風が来そうだ。早くユナを見つけよう。
Już pisz będzie.
Nicely done, chat. Looks like there's ads. Ads going on. Gotta pause the game, chat. No continuing until we do a little bit of exercise, do a little bit of stretching. Oof. Yeah, that's a good stretch. I like that. Ugh. You know, chat, for those of you out there who've never heard me talk about this, I think that water is one of the worst liquids to exist on Earth. I don't like water at all. I feel like, obviously it is an objective truth. It's known that water is healthy for human beings, but I really, really hate it, and I feel like it accomplishes nothing. Um, one, two, three, 4, 5. All right. And you know, I feel like every single time that I've been in a situation where I drink a substantial amount of water to, keep myself hydrated, the water, it kind of goes into my body and then it like sits there in my stomach and it does nothing, right? It's like basically a useless liquid sloshing around the inside of my body. And, you know, I think I feel differently than other people because when I drink water, it does not really quench my thirst. It does not make me stop feeling thirsty. 2, 4, 5. There we go. And so, I feel as if drinking water, while it is factually, scientifically beneficial, it does not really have any sort of like beneficial effect on how I feel, right? And so, that is why a lot of the time I tend to drink things like juice, for example, or I like to drink soda. Soda is kind of like my poison of choice. I don't really drink coffee, don't really drink, Starbucks type stuff. But yeah, I typically prefer anything except for water, typically. Um, and so like for example, throughout this stream, right? Every single time that there's been an ad break, I do a little bit of exercise and then I drink some water. I've now gotten to the point where like I feel as if I am filled up with water and I don't need any more. And I feel like, the water that's inside of me is doing nothing. It's just sitting in my stomach, right? Wasting space. And so I'm not a big fan of it. It kind of makes me, I guess like it makes me feel bloated many times. And so that's why I typically stay away from it. But yeah, it's kind of rough when, the entire world tells you, "Oh, your body needs water to survive. You got to drink water every single day." And I'm just like, "Ugh, what a horrifying thing to have to consume." I'm not a big fan of it. There are some people out there where they say that water, like there are some people that say water has no flavor and that's why they like it. And then there's other people that say, oh, there's, different types of water, right? And basically they can tell the difference between the, I guess, the acidity levels of the water. And they can taste that like some water is more fresh than other water or whatever. And that's why they like it. But for me, I've always been in the camp of believing that like one, water does not have a flavor, and two, because it does not have a flavor, I hate it. I am not a fan of drinking water. But yeah, sparkling is more preferable to me. I actually do not like sparkling water. I don't like it. There have been many times where I go to a restaurant, and typically when I go to a restaurant, I don't usually buy, a fountain drink or anything like that. I don't buy a soda, I don't buy tea or coffee or anything like that. I usually just say like, okay, I'm gonna buy my food and then I'm going to get a cup of water with it. And sometimes, depending on the restaurant that I go to, what they will do is they'll have like, you know, the soda machine, right? So they have a soda machine with different soda choices that you pick from. And typically, one of these sodas, it will have this like kind of, I think it's usually black. There's like this black lever that you can pull, and instead of, you know, dispensing the soda, it is supposed to dispense water. Some restaurants, I don't know why, you know, they do this. I've seen, so like, I think if a restaurant is well designed, they will have one lever that is for regular like plain water, and then they'll have another lever, you know, on the opposite side, which is like for sparkling water, right? Mineral water, whatever. I've seen some restaurants where, you know, like they only have one lever for water, and when you press the lever and you try to get yourself a cup of water, it ends up being like sparkling water. And in my opinion, sparkling water does not taste good. I'm not a fan of it because, you know, all you're really doing is you are adding bubbles to the water, and you are not changing the flavor of the water at all. So even though there's bubbles, even though it's sparkling, the drink still tastes like nothing, and therefore it does not satiate my thirst, right? It does not, I guess, like, stop me from feeling as if I want to drink something. So yeah, I'm not a fan of sparkling water, and not really a big fan of regular water as well. I mean, I drink it because I have to, but you know, if you were to give me an array of choices like juice, tea, milk, coffee, any other drink you can think of, I would very much take something flavored over water any day, anytime. Water is like at the bottom of my list of preferred liquids. So yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit because I think maybe for the next couple of ad breaks, or maybe until the end of today's stream, I'm gonna refrain from taking any more sips of water because I feel like I've had too much. But yeah, it's a valid take to dislike water because it's tasteless. Yeah, there are some people out there I know who really enjoy water, and they think that it is like one of the most what's the word to look for? Like one of the most, I guess, fulfilling drinks that you can have out there. Like there are probably people who are very, very big on, you know, personal health, and they love drinking water. And some people out there, they're like, wow, I can't imagine not liking water. And so when they meet someone like me, they're absolutely baffled, absolutely like, whoa, that's crazy that you don't like water. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just a weirdo in a world full of, you know, 8 billion different human beings. Um, yeah. Don't like water, but it's the most efficient way to quench your thirst. That is true. That is very, very true. Yeah. I don't know. For some reason, I think like my brain has just been programmed to not really react to water. You know, if I'm feeling thirsty and I drink a glass of water, that does not really make my body feel as if it is taken care of. But meanwhile, if I were to drink like a glass of like orange juice or apple juice, I would feel totally fine, and I'd be like, okay, cool. I got a drink. I do not need to, you know, go and get another cup of a drink after that. Um I don't know. Maybe it's something with my brain chemistry where my brain, you know, it desires some sort of flavor to it. And if it doesn't have a flavor, it's kind of the equivalent of taking a giant mouthful of air and swallowing air, right? Um, yeah. I don't know. It's tough to explain, but I just I tend to not enjoy water that much as other regular human beings.
これは ユナはおらぬな。だがこの者ら、ひとところに集められたのか。
Investigate the area further.
血だ。傷はないが。
Poison, maybe? I am supposed to go down, right, chat? I think I am.
口の周りに血が。この匂い、トリカブトだ。猛虎も毒の作り方を学んだ。これが因果応報か。
Oh shit, we took an arrow, chat. Took an arrow to the back. Uh-oh.
毒を食らったか。吹雪に紛れれば。
How are we gonna escape? Yeah, Chad, I think we're dying. I think we're gonzo.
動きな、このダメ馬。
その声、ユナ、お主か。
Oh, did we get saved a second time by Yuna?
目を覚まさないかと思った。
生きておるとは。もうこの毒矢を食らってしまった。
誰が教えたの？
わからねえ。だが作り方を知られたようだ。
奴ら金の連中で試したんだ。あの村が焼かれる前、血だまりの中で死んでる家族を見た。
始末をつける手は一つ。ハーンを撃つことだ。
あいつは海岸の砦に兵を集めてる。泉の港だ。
その近くに野営を敷きたい。
調べてみるよ。兵具はつづらの中。支度ができたら櫓に来て。
Sounds like a plan, chat. Jogaku Prefecture. Very nice indeed.
ユナと話そう。
Okay. Oh wow, we are way up north here. So, where the heck are we? Oh wow, we're exiled, chat. We can't go back to this area, it seems. Interesting. Okay. All right. Okay, is she on the left here? Doesn't seem like it. Not over here either. Maybe it's that super duper tall one way over there.
Yeah. いい隠れ家を見つけた。 櫓から山の方を見て。
Look towards the mountain. Okay, okay. Just gonna lurk in the background while you attend to some stuff? Sounds good, Six. Appreciate it.
隠れ家山の近くか。上学寺の仏塔。寺は壁に囲まれ、その上ハーンの砦にも近いな。
そうことは優しくないよ。今は猛虎のものだ。
取り返せばよい。
馬屋に行こうか。
Sounds like a plan. We get to take a little bit of a stronghold.
馬はどうしたの？
逃亡の折、追っ手の矢を受けて影は死んだ。
気の毒に。今は新しい子で我慢して。
Alright, buddy. You are Kage's predecessor. I believe in you.
Are あれは金の民か。
さあね。今はルミンだらけだから。
叔父上と共に猛虎を追い詰めておれば。
なんであの時降伏したの？
お主を凶賊として差し出すことなどできなかった。
もう憎まれてるけどね。
それに降伏しなければハーンに逃げ切られていたはず。叔父上は俺を守りたかったのだろうがな。
なんであろうと志村様はバカだ。
家督を継がせたいという思いを打ち壊してしまった。
正しきをなすためだろう。
それが吉と出るかは分からぬ。
幾度も証明してきたよ。ハーンを殺して猛虎を追い返せば志村様は許してくれるかな。
I don't care, honestly.
叔父上の許しは無用だ。
こうなったこと悔やんでない？
いずれにせよ許されたとて俺は変わらん。
私のせいだと思われてる。
俺が選んだ道だ。いかなる始末になろうと悔いはない。たとえ罪人と呼ばれようとも。
Honestly, I like that answer. I'm not the type of person to beg for forgiveness from some, you know, hard-headed, dumb guy who won't, you know, get with the times. Surara Otoshi Cliffs. Interesting. Surara Otoshi. I wonder what that significance is, you know, in Japanese. Surara Otoshi. I don't think I've learned those words. You know, chat, when it comes to weather, I absolutely 100% prefer warm weather over cold. And I always have. And you know, one of the biggest reasons why I hate cold weather a lot is, you know...
上学寺は近いぞ。
湖に宿営がある。そこから寺の様子がわかるよ。
馬を降りろ。歩いて行く。
Alright. So, you know, as I was saying, like, I remember when I was a young kid, right? Whether it was like...
深いね。隠れやすい。
我々にも猛虎にもな。
じゃあ開けた地を越えて寺に近づかなきゃ。
つまり湖か。
You know, when I was a young kid, whether it was like for school or whether it was, you know, just like me playing around, right, and doing my own thing. I remember that like there were times when I was younger where it would be like winter time, like winter season, and I would be kind of basically playing around, you know, running around and whatnot. And I think the worst feeling ever for me in wintertime is being active, exercising, running around, and you know, you kind of run, and as you run, you are breathing very hard. And you breathe and you like kind of get that cold, sharp air that enters into your mouth and enters into, you know, your chest, right? I've always hated that cold air. It just makes me feel miserable, and yeah, I do not enjoy that feeling, not a single bit. And so, you know, the idea of that cold kind of freezing air entering my body, it is a feeling that I never ever ever want to re-experience in my life. Which is why like I don't do any sort of like heavy exercising or you know, outdoor activities during winter time. It's just it's such a crappy time of the year to be active. So yeah.
捕虜がおるぞ。
あれじゃ凍え死ぬ。
助けよう。まず宿営、次に寺を制す。のろし術。
あれで敵襲を知らせるのか。
Okay.
さあ、かかってこい。
Okay. Nicely done. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. All right. I don't see any other enemies. Wait, now I see some.
Ардаж болохгүй шүү. Тайвширч үз.
Hmm. How do we want to deal with these guys, chat? That's one down. No, I think that's a little bit too dangerous. Hmm. Bye bye.
志村様が地頭の任を解かれないといいけどな。あのお方を失うのは惜しい。
気が済んだろ
Parti là! Zipsige bir koşu! Turken!
何が望みだ。何が望みなの。どうしてこんなことするんだよ。
Both of these guys have helmets on, which is quite dangerous. I don't think that I can one-shot them.
Hindman! Archin! Явж туслая! За тэки!
Bye bye.
私も脇目も振らずに逃げとけよかったのよ。
ここで死ぬかと思いました。
動けるな。
すべて助けたね。
寺はここより守りが固い。焦りは禁物。
じゃあ物見と行こうか。
Alright, let's see here.
「火薬の樽があるぞ。使わせてもらおう。物見役の旧兵。
見つかったら狙い撃たれる。
ならば誘い出せばよい。
え？
のろし術を打ち上げ、おびき寄せて一網打尽にする。
I like that.
待っておれ。のろしを上げる。
Okay. Here we go, chat.
これで気を引ける。では戻るか。
あいつら氷の上に来た。
始末する。
Beautiful. Okay. Bye bye. Alright, here we go, chat. Those were some pretty decently good kills. I'm happy about that. Find the frozen waterfall. Frozen waterfall? Where the heck is that, chat? I hear voices.
長と歩兵か。長を殺せば兵は散る。
Бэлэн байгаараа. Нэг юм ойртоод байна. Би мэдрээд байна.
Nope, you don't see me. I'm invisible. Na na na na na na.
Нэг юм яг юм болсон юм уу? Тэнд байна. Харахгүй байна. Ямар нэг юм харав уу? Юм алаг. Явчаач. Гэхдээ болохгүй. Дараа мултарч чадахгүй.
Not good.
Тэнд харва. Тэнд байна. Ноо, түргэн. Бидний холоо сагнахаар шийдэж харвал болоод алнаа тэрний нэг хүн сум тавьлаа. Сумнаас нь болгоомжуул. Яахлаар бидний хинэн чардгүй лээ.
Чамэрэ амарса хандан жаргана мусамораг. Ямар нэг юм харвуу?
Тэнд харагдгүй байна. Явцгаж. Ихтэй болгоомжтой. Ахаад учруул өгтөл болгоно.
Okay, I think we might have taken out all of the archers. At least I hope so. Okay, they're facing that way, so it's gonna be very, very difficult to try and kill them. Yuna, get the hell out of the way.
Тэр мөн байж таарлаа. Яг уу. Тэнд байна. Явж чадлаа. Яг уу. Явж хаач. Тэр биз. Самурай бууршаа. 俺を待ってくれ。頼む、命だけは。俺を待ってくれ。
How did I... What the hell? How did I not dodge that, chat? That was so weird. Okay, okay. So let's retry that again, shall we? This time we're gonna do things a lot faster because I know what we need to aim for.
Энд нэг юм хөдөлсөн сум уу та? Хитэлүү даач байна. Сум шугнах шиг болсон. Юм алгата. Юу ч биш байжээ. Ахиж харамбал олоод алнаа зэрэг.
How is that not a headshot?
Нэг хүн сум тавьлаа. Самурай чаач. Сум тараваас нэг тэнд байна. Яг уу.
Fuck. I'm gonna reset that. Yeah. I don't know why, chat. Like, I'm literally aiming at these guys' heads, and it's like, yeah, that's not a headshot. And I'm like, okay, in what fucking world is that not a headshot? We'll do this the old-fashioned way. That's not good. Okay. Okay.
Хин ингэв харав өгсөн самурай бүгд залаад хайж ол. Тэр тэнд байна уу? Тэнд харахтаа гүйл байна. Уцаад ирж мэднэ. Сэрэмжтэй бай. Дараа мултарч чадахгүй.
Okay. Move over, Yuna. There we go.
Яахлаар бидний хинэн ч хардггүй лээ. Энд тэр самурай бололтой. Алднаа тэрнийг. Тэр тэн байгаа юу? Юм алгаа. Явцгач. Гэхдээ болгоомжтой. Ахяд үржирбэл үхтэл болгоно. Самурайн сүлбацаг. Ахад нэг таарацэ. Ахиж дэрэнтэй таар.
Okay. He's down. So far, it seems like they haven't noticed. Well, that was definitely not supposed to happen. Okay. I suppose now we should be able to go to the other side here. Doesn't seem to be wearing one. Okay.
Тэр мөн баястаарлаа. Яг уу. Хингээтэй дээ. Тэр тэнд байгаа юу? Юм алгаа. Тэнд байна. Хаан. Тэр харахтаа кул байна. Тэнд байна. Явж тутмаа.
Wow. Ooh. All right, we gotta reset that chat. That was really bad. Man. This is annoying to, like, get everything correct. You know, to be able to do everything properly. I feel like, we're so close to getting a smooth kind of assassination, I suppose. But it's just like, yeah, it's so close to being what we want. But at the very end, there's like a, okay.
Хийсэн үнийг нь олж ир.
Тэрийг олоход толгойг тасти.
Тэр тэнд байна уу?
Юм алаг.
Явцгаж. Ихтэй болгоомжтой.
Ахад өчөлбөл үтэл болгоно.
Samurai, чи тэнд.
Okay, he's down.
Тэндвэн харахгүй байна.
Яахлаар бидний хинэн ч хардгүй лээ.
Бид тэр самурай холно.
Ямар нэг юм харав?
Тэнд харахта гүл байна.
Буцаад ирж мэднэ. Сэрэмжтэй бай.
Дараа мултж чадахгүй.
There we go.
Тэндвэн агуу.
Тэд энэс мултарч чадахгүй.
Тэрийг олоход толгойг тасти.
Явцгаж. Ихтэй болгоомжтой. Дараа мултарч чадахгүй.
Тэндвэн. Бушо! Дошо!
Экүм сум хой. Өнөөгөө чи харлаа. Яг уу.
Нууг даггатсар ол!
Нууг түргэл. Тэнд харваач байна.
Экүн бидэлүү харваад байна.
Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Okay. Okay. Oh, we can do this, chat. We can do this. We just need to hyper focus on taking out all those pesky archers.
Монголкон энэ мутасан яаш болох. Тэнд нэг юм хөдөлсөн. Чи яг юм харсан юм уу?
Okay. One guy down. Nicely done. Make sure that they do not see you.
Тэнд байна уу? Энд харагдахгүй л байна. Ямар нэг уцаа. Ямар тааш бэлэн байгаараа. Ахаад учруул өгтөл болгоно. Учерна, самурай.
Okay. Another one down. Run to this side. There we go. So far we've killed 4 archers.
Эндээс мултар чадахгүй. Хараад самурай л болж таарлаа.
Both of these are sword guys.
Тэр тэнд байна уу? Энд харагдахгүй л байна. Явцгач. Гэхдээ болгоомжтой. Ахаад учруул өгтөл болгоно.
Is there still an archer on the other side? I don't think that there is, chat. I think there was only like 4, maybe 5 of these guys, was there? Okay, we're good. Okay.
Нэг юм байна. Ой, өнөөхийг чи харлаа. Яг уу. Энэ хавас харваад байсан. Эд байн бэлэн гэж мэд. Сумон хурцэг quiste. Тэнд байна. Хаана вэ? Явц тус. Чатар.
Битгий. Гой.
Энэ дуусан.
There we go. Nicely done. Wow. Okay. Okay, that happened. Holy shit. Huh. That is weird, chat. I swear that, like, I was so close to kind of breaking his stance, breaking his guard, and then, like, out of nowhere, he started swinging back at me, and I wasn't able to... Yeah, I wasn't able to, like, dodge all that, you know?
Huge wish. Kaka Sanchina. Ini mo to. Yag yung karsimo. Finland, we wait. Inni nekban. Ustum samurai. Buksadat хайжод. Ямар нэг юм харав уу? Юм алаг. Сэрэнстэй бай. Дараа моторч чадахгүй. Тэр тэн байна уу? Энд хараахтаа күлгүй. Самурай зогтгүй. Тэнд байна. Ямар нэг юм харав уу? Юм алгаа. Тэр тэн байгаа. Уцаад ирж мэднэ. Сэрэмжтэй бай. Дараа мултарч чадахгүй.
We do have ads starting soon, chat, so I'm gonna pause the game when it happens. How do they see me? Alright, we got ads, chat. Apologies for that. Gotta pause the game, gotta wait. We don't want any viewers missing some critical gameplay. Us sneaking around like ninjas, right? Trying to assassinate people. Oh boy. Stretch break. I will say that prior attempt that we did was almost really good. Almost well done. But unfortunately, it did not go all the way, and I failed. But it was our closest one to success, I think, that I've seen in a while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nicely done. Nicely done indeed. Alright. There we go. Oof. Stretch a little bit. Ooh. Yeah, that feels good. Oh, yeah, that feels good. That feels really good. Move the neck around a little bit. Yep. Stretch the good old fingers. The ones that are doing all the button pressing, the controlling, you know? Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, honestly, chat, like, I just really want to, you know, finish this current objective, kill the Mongols here, and then after that we should be able to save the game and kind of find a way to, you know, basically get to a safe spot and continue our adventure at a later time, because I've been live for a while now. I think it's like 8 hours, 7 hours, something like that. So today has been a very, very lengthy stream. You know, definitely not my first, but yeah, it's something that I should not really be doing in terms of my actual, you know, concerns for my health. But this game is too addicting. It's too fun. I get sucked in and I lose track of time very easily. Oh man. I think, like, normally it is smart to drink water right now, but I feel very, very, like, sick and tired of water. I don't want to take a sip right now. And, you know, I'm not gonna lie, chat, maybe about 10, 20 minutes ago, I was sitting here in my chair and I was playing the game, and I started having this feeling where I was like, am I potentially going to throw up, right? Like, I had this, you know, I don't know if people out there also experience this. I feel like everyone does, but there's this, like, weird feeling where your brain is kind of telling you, like, hey, be careful. You might potentially throw up in the next, like, couple of minutes or the next, you know, half hour or whatever, right? And I think what ends up happening is, like, you know, for me, when I get that feeling, I believe that my mouth kind of ends up being a little bit dry, and I start to, like, basically swallow. I start to gulp, you know, multiple times, in pretty quick succession, right? It's as if I am trying to, you know, eat some food or drink some water, but there's nothing in my mouth, and my, you know, throat keeps swallowing, even though there's nothing going down. So yeah, that's kind of a feeling that I've had in the past, and usually what ends up happening is after that, you know, I feel sick. I feel a little bit nauseous, a little bit like I might want to, you know, throw up.
Hindman! Den tarvat şuhen! İterlu da şuhen! En de atak! Turne gosling!
I have arrows.
Beach bus! Beach bus! Salak hak batsana! Ternegalli! Beach Hanoi! Очиж барь!
飯を探していただけなのに。どうしようだ。
Okay. Come on, buddy. Ooh. There we go. There we go. We got it, chat. We got it. That was honestly a really well-placed smoke bomb.
片付いた。もう安全だ。
芸人として死ぬかと思いました。
もう終わったぞ。
Alright, speak with Yuna. We finally got through it, chat. Finally.
猛虎もいないし、壁も頑丈。ここなら安全だ。ジン、志村様のこと気になる？
俺が望んだことだ。ハーンは叔父上との戦で武士勢を破る術を知った。だが我らを防ぐ術は知らん。
鷹の仇、取ってやろう。
皆の仇だ。
Hell yeah, baby. Honor and Ash. Let's fucking go. Ooh, nice. 6 points, baby. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Alright, let's see here, chat. Let's take a look at our techniques. Evolving tactics or ghost weapons. Nah, I don't really care about the wind chime. So we have 4 points. Okay. I'm gonna take this one right here, chat. And then... There we go. I'm gonna take that one. That's a good pick. Alright, so we have that. Let me see here, chat. Let me see. What else do we want to do? Oh, we do have charms. That is correct. Let's take a look at our charms. Okay, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, okay. That is very fascinating. Um, I'm gonna take this one off. Equip this one. Interesting. I will I will consider changing those even further, chat, if I feel like, maybe it'll suit my build better. The thing that I was kind of looking at, right, the reason why it's taking me such a long time to kind of set up the charms is that this charm right here, regarding the smoke bombs, I was not able to select it in any of these other slots because I believe these ones are like dedicated for minor charms. And so I was like, okay, I guess I can only equip it in this slot. And I had to change kind of the order of my charms. Um, yeah. But I'm thinking that maybe I might want to overhaul this current build here and do something about these three charms, change them out maybe with something a little bit more beneficial for us. Um, However, let me see here. So we do have a gift altar here. We have an armor and we have a trapper. Very nice. Okay. Where is the gift altar? Right there? Guardian's Scowl. Very nice. Okay. Where is the armor? Over here?
気持ちを入れ替えられると。
太刀についてのご用があればお役に立ちましょう。
Swordsmith, okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and upgrade that.
磨き上げましたよ。
助かった。
Okay.
これで我らも安全です。太刀の切れ味を鮮やかにいたしましょう。
Now, where the heck did the armorer go?
ジン、こっちだ。
昔琵琶法師を追いかけ回してお話をすべて聞かせてもらったことがある。
どの話が良かった？
忘れがたいのは3つだね。
クロード様。うちの鎧はもうこの武器にも負けません。
Ghost armor.
素材を十分にお持ち
Reduces
でないよう
enemy
ですね。
detection speed. Reduces the number of kills needed to enter the ghost stance by 1. Ooh. Kills have a 15% chance to terrify the nearby enemy. Okay, okay. Alright. Let me take a look at my gear. Taka, I'm sorry, buddy, but I have some better gear here. I think I'm gonna take let's try this armor, and then I'll keep the mask and the headband because Taka created it for us. There we go. This is gonna be our swag.
日に日に寒くなってくるね。あなた様
All
のお
right.
役に立ててよかった。
Don't know if I'm able to find any other resources lying around, but if I can, I will absolutely take some. Leather,
ジン、こ
sure.
っちだ。
必ず対馬から逃げ出してやる。
誰かに連れ出してもらうつもり？
一人じゃ無理だからね。
で、もうこの船に
I don't see anything else that I can pick up,
それしか道はないだ
so
ろう。
that might be everything, chat.
唐国も高麗も支配されてる。どこも奴らの領地だよ。クロード様のおかげで
Okay,
どうにか
very
なったん
nice.
だ。
Where is the trapper, by the way? I did not see the trapper around here. He might be up the hill or something. Okay, okay. Let's see here, chat. Nah, we don't need to go down there.
ジン、こっちだ。
そんな話ありえないだろ。
刀鍛冶をお探しですか？
いつ？確か畑で捕虜に
太刀のことならお任せください。
礼を言う。
目の前に現れたらしい。そ
れ
は
その太刀でどうか我らをお守りください。
猛虎の万兵を見つめたと思ったら。
Okay, let's see. This is Izumi Village, and then way over here we have Sago Mill. Interesting. So I'm gonna fast travel over here, mainly just so I can potentially, you know, save the game. And then let's go back to... Yeah, let's go back to the temple. And I believe it'll save. Perfect. Okay, okay. So the game has saved. We've gotten everything that we want. Let's go ahead and exit to title screen. Yes. Perfect. Awesome. Chat. My beautiful, lovely chat. It is almost 4 a.m. in the morning for me. Definitely very, very late. Obviously, we have reached the end of today's stream. Yesterday, on Saturday, I did not go live and stream because I was, working on homework. And not to mention, at around 11 p.m., I had a major, overly lengthy internet outage that lasted like 12 hours, which is fucking ridiculous. In order to make up for yesterday's missed stream, I will do my very best to go live and stream basically later today, technically later today, because it's Monday. However, if I, perhaps maybe like I'm not able to stream or I'm not feeling super like high energy, like I'm able to play Tsushima and put on a good show for you guys, then I might reschedule it from Monday to Tuesday instead. However, I think that, in comparison to last week, I think that I'm very, very much excited to continue playing Tsushima, and I'm right now, I'm currently feeling like I can go for another live stream tomorrow, and it's not going to be something that is too exhausting or too draining for me. So I should be live on Monday. If there's any changes to the plan, I will update you guys via the Twitch stories, of course, as always. And yeah, hopefully for those of you out there who enjoy Ghost of Tsushima, enjoy games like this, then you'll be able to stop by and say hello. So I hope to see you guys again during my next live stream. But yeah, for today we're gonna pause the game here. We're gonna save our progress at this moment. I actually noticed, if you take a look here at the main menu screen for this game, before the black ghost mask was not hanging on the sword. So it seems like we've reached a point in the game, kind of like this important moment where we have fully embraced the identity of being the ghost, and it showcases it by having the iconic ghost mask on our legendary sword. So yeah. Very, very, very cool stuff. The more that I play this game, the more that I realize how incredibly amazing it is. The story of it, the music, the visuals, getting to see, kind of the evolution of our character, experiencing the combat, right? I think that the combat in this game, it's not perfect, but it is really satisfying when it does work. Really satisfying. So I'm very much enjoying our journey. I think, like, if I'm not mistaken, I can probably check Steam here. I think I have like 30-something hours so far on Ghost of Tsushima. 37.6 hours according to Steam. And I've really, really been enjoying it. Like, I think that there is very much the possibility that I will play this game for like 100 hours or 200 hours, and I will not get tired of it. I will not, get bored of it and feel like uninstalling it. This game is freaking dope, freaking awesome. And yeah, I'm kind of curious, kind of interested in what the late game for Ghost of Tsushima looks like, what the end game looks like. Do you get to basically, reach the end of the game, and then do you get to save all of your upgrades, all of your items, and then go into New Game Plus? Or, is it just kind of like a game where you play it and you go through a playthrough and you upgrade your character and everything, but then if you want to replay the game, you have to like start a brand new profile. You have to start from the very beginning. Yeah, very curious to know how they handle that. But so far, man, I am loving this game. This game is very much enjoyable, very much entertaining, and I can't get enough of it. Yeah. I had a fun time during today's stream. We accomplished quite a lot. I think we completed Act 2, and now we are diving headfirst into Act 3, and we are blazing forward, trying to find our way to the stronghold, the area where Khotun Khan is hiding away like a coward. So yeah, good stuff indeed. Um, yeah, I think that's all I have to say about the game so far. Um, I will hopefully see you guys in, less than, I would say, if everything goes well, if there's no change to my plans, then perhaps, I would say, let's see, 12, um, 16 hours from now, maybe even earlier than that if I'm able to get on early and stream. But I hope to see you guys very very soon for some more Tsushima, because I'm really really loving this game. And don't worry, chat. For those of you out there who are VOD watchers, I am saving the VODs. They are being exported to YouTube, and eventually they will be uploaded. So yeah, you can look forward to that. But yeah, that's it, chat. That's all I have for you today. Let me go ahead and open up Twitch and see who the heck is live streaming right now. I don't even know if there's anyone that we can raid over to. We have, let's see. Oh, we have Pete. What's up, Pete? Hell yeah, let's raid over to Pete, chat. Pete is currently celebrating his 5-year, I think it's like his 5-year partner, oh man, partner anniversary. See, this is what happens, chat. I drink a lot of water, and then it like fills my stomach with just like wasted space, and there's like also a bunch of air, so then I end up having to burp quite a bit, and it's not fun. But yeah, basically Peter, Premier 2, he is celebrating his 5-year Twitch partner anniversary, I believe. And he is currently doing sort of like a retro gaming session. I believe that what he mentioned during his last stream is that, maybe not every single week, but he said moving forward in the future, he wants to try to do like retro gaming streams on Mondays each week. I don't know if he's going to consistently do it every single week, but he said that he wants to try to do it, every Monday, where he goes live and he plays retro games that he loves, that he enjoys, with, his viewers watching. So today, the game that he is currently streaming and enjoying is, I believe, his #1 favorite game of all time, which is Castlevania Symphony of the Night. And it is I think an infamous game with how popular the Castlevania franchise is. Unfortunately, I remember, chat, I looked up Castlevania Symphony of the Night on Steam, and they do not have it on Steam. They only have it on like I guess the original, consoles, right? Yeah, so I'm assuming it's like only available on like PlayStation or something like that. I can actually Google it and check here. Symphony of the Night platforms. Yeah, PlayStation and Sega Saturn. Interesting. So you can play it on PlayStation, Android, that's surprising, PSP, PlayStation 4, Sega Saturn, iOS, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360, but you can't play it on Steam, which I think is a crime. I think that is disappointing. But yeah, he's playing Symphony of the Night right now, and he is obviously loving the experience, because it is his favorite video game of all time, I believe. But yeah. In any case, chat, let's go ahead, and I'm gonna get the raid ready, and then after I get the raid ready, so let me see. I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna do raid Peter. Very nice. Let me grab my outro song. Don't want to forget about that. Very nice. Outro song is should be ready to go, and I believe the volume should be fine this time, chat. I'm not gonna, you know, completely, you know, noise bomb your eardrums. So that should be fine. And then what else do I want to do? I need to grab our mascots, our adorable fluffy companions. Hello, you. Yeah, you. You're massive. And then you. Get over here. Oh my god. He's stuck under some clothes. There we go. I got them both, chat. We're good to go. Chat, my lovely, beautiful chat. I have two of my best friends here to say goodnight and farewell to you guys. I had an amazing time today. I had a really, really fun stream, and I appreciate everyone who stopped by. You know, there was, you know, obviously Six. There was Pluto. Who else was there? Disher as well. I do apologize to Disher. I don't know if Disher is still hanging around. Probably not, because I've been streaming for what feels like 7,000 years. But Disher stopped by earlier in the chat and said hello, and I think I maybe responded to Disher a little bit late, and they did not, you know, catch my reply to them. But I do hope that Disher is fantastic. I hope that they're doing well in life and getting to enjoy whatever hobbies that they hold dear to their heart, right? So anyways, yeah, shout out to Disher, Six, who else? Pluto, and then yeah, so funny thing, chat, before my stream occurred, like before I went live, I was kind of modifying my different OBS scenes, right? So I have like the starting screen, I have the BRB screen, and I have the ending screen. And I was modifying all three of them because, you know, before with those screens, it would show two different things on there that I did not need. One of them is it would show the most recent donation, most recent tip, right? And then the other one, it would show the most recent cheer, right? If someone cheered with bits, it would showcase it. The thing is, right, I remember that, like, during my last stream, and also I think today, whenever I checked it as well, when I did my live stream and I went live, both of the two, you know, indicators, right, the one for donations and the one for bits, they were both not displaying properly. Like the donation one, it basically just had a placeholder. It said like insert, or it said like you know, recent currency data here, right? And it was in like brackets, and it would display that, because obviously I don't have a donations page, and I'm not going to put one up because I'm not trying to squeeze money out of people, right? So that donation indicator was basically empty. It was blank, right? And so I removed that. And then for the cheer, you know, indicator, the sort of like display of who cheered most recently, I remember that like during my last stream, and I think even like before I started stream today, it did not show the correct username. You know, the person who last cheered in my chat was without a doubt 100% Hello Quinn, one of my dear IRL friends, but it had like some kind of random username that I don't think is a viewer of mine, right? It was kind of just like a weird placeholder username, right? And so I was like, you know what? I don't need either of those two displays, because I can just, you know, for Quinn, I can say thank you, and I appreciate Quinn a lot. I love them as a friend. I can say that every single time that it happens. I don't need that stuff displayed on my starting screen, my BRB screen, and my ending screen. And so I decided to remove, you know, the donation indicator and the bits indicator. And so I only have subscribing and following on my, you know, different OBS screens. And, you know, while I was working on editing those screens, I actually got a notification that someone followed my channel, which I was not expecting. It came out of nowhere. And apparently the person that followed, their username is Shiki_89_. So Massive shout out to Shiki. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. It happened before my live stream started, so you know I was not able to thank them in the moment that it happened. But massive shout out to Shiki. I hope you're doing well out there. Yeah. In any case, though, chat, that brings us to the finale. This is the conclusion of today's stream. I hope you all had a great time. Whether it's daytime for you, nighttime for you, I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful day or night out there. As always, right, whether you were watching the stream, you currently are watching the stream, or you will be watching the VOD in the future, please, all of you out there, stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, eat lots of yummy, delicious food. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water. Always, always, always stay hydrated. Bottom line, take care of yourselves, okay? Stay comfy, stay cozy, and I will see you guys, hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on wood, I will see you guys in less than 24 hours. If not, I will see you guys on Tuesday for another Ghost of Tsushima stream. Yeah, that's it. In any case, though, chat, let me go ahead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and close Tsushima because I do not want my PC to explode on me. So I'm going to close it, and I'm going to go ahead and set up the outro song so that it's ready to go, ready to play. And after the outro song, you know, finishes, the raid will automatically start. So feel free to stick around if you want to check out some of Pete's content, if you want to watch some Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and yeah, we'll have a fun time. But in any case, though, chat, this is good night for me. This is farewell. I will chat with you all during a future live stream. Yeah. Good night, everyone. Peace out. Bye bye. Love you all. Bye.